Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, Maplewood, Connecticut was the kind of town where people left their doors unlocked at night. At least that's what the real estate agent had told Eliza Warner when she purchased the colonial-style home on Willow Creek Drive in September of 2018. The previous owner, a Mr. Harold Bennett, had passed away 3 months prior at the age of 89, and his children, who lived states away, were eager to settle the estate. Eliza, a 34-year-old graphic designer who had recently divorced, was looking for a fresh start. The two-bedroom house with its weathered blue shutters and modest backyard offered exactly what she needed: solitude, charm, and a price she could afford on her freelance income. The fact that some of the appliances were outdated didn't bother her. She planned to renovate gradually as her finances allowed. The old refrigerator hummed louder than it should. It was a Kelvinator model from the early 1990s, boxy, off-white, with a tendency to make ice a little too slowly for Eliza's taste. But it worked, and replacing it wasn't a priority during those first few months as she settled into her new life in Maplewood. April arrived with its characteristic New England chill still clinging to mornings and evenings. Eliza had finally unpacked her last box, hung artwork on the walls, and begun to feel truly at home. She'd made a few acquaintances in town: the librarian who recommended mystery novels, the barista who remembered her order, the elderly neighbor who brought over homemade bread when she first moved in. It was during her spring cleaning that Eliza first noticed something unusual about the refrigerator. While mopping behind it, she pushed the appliance forward slightly and spotted what appeared to be a small access panel on its rear wall. At first, she assumed it was some sort of maintenance hatch, perhaps for the compressor or electrical components. But its location seemed odd, positioned not at the bottom where mechanical parts typically resided, but halfway up the back panel. The panel, approximately 6 inches square, was secured with 4 flathead screws that had collected a film of dust and grease. Curious, Eliza retrieved her toolbox from the hall closet and carefully unscrewed the panel. Behind it was not the mechanical innards she expected, but a small metal handle embedded in what appeared to be the wall behind the refrigerator. Eliza stood motionless for a moment, her mind trying to process what she was seeing. The handle was attached to what looked like a small, concealed door built into the wall, a door perfectly hidden by the refrigerator's position. Most people might have called someone immediately: a friend, the real estate agent, maybe even the police. But Eliza had always possessed a quiet determination and curiosity that had served her well as a designer. She grasped the handle and pulled. The door opened with surprising ease, revealing a narrow, dark passage. Eliza retrieved her phone and activated its flashlight, illuminating what appeared to be a crude tunnel extending horizontally into the earth beyond her house's foundation. The tunnel was approximately 3 feet in height and 2 feet wide, requiring anyone who entered to crawl. Its walls were roughly finished with wooden supports placed at intervals, and the dirt floor had been packed firm by what appeared to be frequent use. Eliza's heart raced as she shone her light further into the passage. About 10 feet in, the tunnel widened into a small chamber roughly the size of a walk-in closet. What she saw there made her breath catch in her throat. A thin mattress lay on the ground, its surface stained and worn. Beside it was a plastic crate containing several water bottles, some empty food wrappers, primarily from candy bars and packaged snacks, and a stack of outdated magazines dating from 2015 to 2017. A battery-powered camping lantern sat in one corner, but most disturbing of all was a small notebook with dates meticulously recorded, alongside what appeared to be observations of daily routines. May 12 lights out at 11:22 p.m. TV sounds until 10:45. May 13 left at 7:30 a.m. Returned 6:15 p.m. Phone call until 9:00. May 14 visitor female from 2:04 p.m. Laughing. The entries continued for months, describing the movements and activities of someone who had lived in the house before Eliza. With trembling hands, she flipped to the final page. Sept 18 ambulance came. He's gone now, waiting to see what happens next. That was the last entry. Harold Bennett, the previous owner, had died on September 18, 2018. Detective Marcus Reed had been with the Maplewood Police Department for 17 years. At 48, he had the steady gaze of a man who had seen the darkest corners of human behavior, yet somehow maintained his composure. When he arrived at Eliza's home 2 hours after her call, he brought with him a forensics technician and a sense of calm that Eliza desperately needed. "You did the right thing by not touching anything else," he told her as they sat at her kitchen table, the refrigerator now pulled completely away from the wall, the small door visible to everyone present. The forensics technician, a woman named Sandra Kim, methodically photographed and collected evidence from the hidden room while wearing gloves and booties over her shoes. Detective Reed asked Eliza questions about the house, about Harold Bennett, and about anything unusual she might have noticed since moving in. "I never met Mr. Bennett," Eliza explained. "The house was sold by his children after he passed away. They told the real estate agent that their father had lived alone for the past 20 years after their mother died." Detective Reed nodded, making notes in a small leather-bound notebook. "Did you ever hear any unusual sounds? Anything that might suggest someone was accessing this tunnel from another entry point?" Eliza thought carefully. "There were some nights when I thought I heard scratching sounds in the walls, but I assumed it was mice or squirrels. Old houses make noises, right? I was going to call an exterminator eventually." As Sandra emerged from the tunnel, her expression was grave. "Detective, you're going to want to see this," she said, holding up a clear evidence bag containing what appeared to be a driver's license. Reed examined it without touching the plastic. "Vanessa Reeves," he read aloud, "reported missing in Hartford in January 2017. The investigation that unfolded over the subsequent weeks revealed a disturbing pattern that had somehow escaped notice for years. Harold Bennett, the kindly old man who neighbors described as quiet and a bit of a loner, had apparently constructed the hidden room and tunnel system sometime in 2014, according to property records that showed unusual purchases of building materials and a brief consultation with a contractor who was told Bennett wanted to shore up his foundation. 3 more forms of identification were eventually discovered, hidden in a small metal box buried beneath the mattress. A student ID belonging to Melissa Torres, who had disappeared in 2015 while attending community college in a neighboring town. A credit card in the name of Patricia Winters, who had vanished while hiking in 2016. And a hospital employee badge for James Connor, a male nurse who had failed to return home from a night shift in early 2018. None of these individuals had any obvious connection to Harold Bennett. Their disappearances had been investigated as separate cases by different jurisdictions. No bodies had ever been found. The notebook revealed a chilling reality. Bennett had apparently used the hidden room to observe his victims before they disappeared. The entries described routines, habits, and vulnerabilities, but strangely, the writing abruptly changed in character after certain dates, becoming more erratic, more personal, as if written by someone with a different perspective. "We believe Bennett may have held these individuals captive somewhere else," Detective Reed explained to Eliza one evening in late May when he came to provide an update on the investigation. "The tunnel room appears to have been primarily an observation post. We've searched the entire property with cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar, but found no human remains." "So where are they?" Eliza asked, unable to sleep in the house anymore but unwilling to abandon the search for answers. She had been staying with a cousin in New Haven, returning only for meetings with investigators. Reed's face betrayed his frustration. "That's what we still don't know. Bennett's medical records show he was diagnosed with early-stage dementia in 2017. His condition deteriorated rapidly in his final year. Whatever secrets he had, he took them with him." The police expanded their search to a cabin Bennett had owned in the Berkshires, to storage facilities in his name, and to abandoned properties in the area. They interviewed neighbors, former colleagues from the accounting firm where Bennett had worked until retirement, and his distant children who expressed shock and disbelief at the allegations against their father. As summer arrived, the investigation stalled. The forensic evidence from the tunnel room, fingerprints, hair samples, fibers, confirmed that all 4 missing persons had been present there at some point, but provided no clues as to their current whereabouts. The most recent entries in the notebook, those following Bennett's death, remain the most disturbing element of all. "Waiting to see what happens next." Who had written those words? Who had continued to use the tunnel after Bennett's death, but before Eliza moved in? The house had been vacant for 3 months between Bennett's death and Eliza's purchase. The real estate agent swore no one had access except for the cleaning crew that had prepared it for sale. On a humid evening in July, nearly 3 months after her discovery, Eliza returned to the house with Detective Reed to collect the last of her belongings. She had decided to sell the property, at a loss if necessary, and move back to Massachusetts where she had family. As they stood in the kitchen, boxes packed around them, Reed's phone rang. His expression changed as he listened to the caller, and he stepped outside to continue the conversation. When he returned 10 minutes later, his face was ashen. "They found something at the cabin," he said quietly. "A second notebook hidden in the wall. It has detailed instructions written in Bennett's hand, addressed to someone named Michael. Instructions on how to continue his work after his death." Eliza felt her knees weaken. "Who is Michael?" "That's what we need to figure out," Reed replied, his eyes scanning the room with new urgency. "Because according to Bennett's writing, Michael isn't just some accomplice. He's someone who was created to carry on when this body fails. The working theory now is that Bennett may have had dissociative identity disorder in addition to his dementia. He may have developed an alternate personality he called Michael." "But Bennett is dead," Eliza whispered. "Yes," Reed agreed, his gaze returning to the refrigerator and the tunnel behind it. "But the last notebook entry suggests that whoever, or whatever, Bennett believed would continue his work is still active, and they were in this house after his death." As if on cue, both Eliza and the detective froze at the sound of scratching coming from within the walls, not from the direction of the tunnel, but from somewhere else entirely, somewhere deeper within the structure of the house itself. 3 days later, investigators would discover a complex network of passages within the walls of the Bennett home, extending into neighboring properties through the old sewer system. 4 additional observation rooms were found, each positioned to monitor different houses on Willow Creek Drive. To this day, Vanessa Reeves, Melissa Torres, Patricia Winters, and James Connor remain missing. The house on Willow Creek Drive stands empty, its windows boarded up, its secrets partially revealed but far from fully understood. And somewhere in Maplewood, or perhaps beyond, someone is still waiting to see what happens next. Crime 2, at first it was a whisper, barely audible over the faucet. Then the voice grew louder, clearer. It knew her name, her sister's name, her secret. When she dropped her phone down the drain by accident, she heard the voice again. Now I have yours too. The small town of Millfield, Pennsylvania, wasn't known for much. Founded in the late 1800s around a now-defunct textile mill, it had settled into the quiet rhythms that characterize so many American small towns. Main Street featured the usual assortment of family-owned businesses, a diner that still served bottomless coffee for less than $1, and exactly one traffic light that blinked yellow after 10 p.m. Claire Winters had lived in Millfield her entire life. At 32, she worked as a librarian at the local branch, lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom bungalow on Elm Street, and was known for her reliability and gentle disposition. Each morning she would arrive at the library at precisely 8:45 a.m., unlock the front doors at 9:00, and spend her day organizing books, helping patrons with research questions, and running children's reading programs on Wednesday afternoons. Those who knew Claire described her as methodical, perhaps even a bit rigid in her routines. She had dinner with her parents every Sunday evening. She called her younger sister, Eliza, who lived in Philadelphia, every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Her colleagues at the library noted that Claire always brought the same lunch, a turkey sandwich on whole wheat bread, an apple, and a small container of yogurt. Claire liked things just so, her mother would later tell investigators. Ever since she was a little girl, she'd line up her dolls in a perfect row before bed. She'd organize her colored pencils by the rainbow. It wasn't something we worried about, it was just Claire. What no one knew, not her parents, not her sister, not her coworkers, was that Claire's structured life concealed an increasing sense of dread. It had begun 3 months earlier, in late October, when Claire first heard the voice coming from her bathtub drain. She had been drawing a bath, as she did every Thursday evening, when she first heard it. A whisper, so faint she initially mistook it for the sound of water gurgling down the pipes of the old house. But then the whisper formed into words. Claire, it had said, I see you. Claire had shut off the water immediately, her heart racing. She told herself it was nothing, just her imagination, the sound of the old pipes, a trick of acoustics. She didn't mention it to anyone. 2 weeks later it happened again. This time the voice was clearer. Your sister's worried about you, Claire, it had whispered. Eliza thinks you're lonely. This was true. During their most recent phone call, Eliza had gently suggested that Claire might consider dating again. It had been 3 years since her breakup with Mark, and Eliza was concerned that Claire was becoming too isolated. How could the voice know this? Claire began to avoid her bathroom in the evenings. She took quick showers in the morning instead of her usual evening baths. She left the bathroom light on at night. She told herself she was being ridiculous, that there was a rational explanation. But in early December, just before the annual Christmas parade in Millfield, Claire made a mistake. While texting her sister before bed, she dropped her phone. It slipped from her fingers and clattered into the sink, sliding neatly into the open drain before she could catch it. No, 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 Claire had muttered, reaching into the drain, her fingers straining to touch the phone that had fallen beyond her reach. And then the voice had returned. "Now I have yours too," it said, louder this time, unmistakable. Claire had backed away from the sink, her hands trembling. She slept on her couch that night, unable to face her bedroom, which shared a wall with the bathroom. The next morning, she called a plumber. "I need someone to look at my pipes," she told the receptionist at Anderson Plumbing, "and I dropped my phone down the drain." The plumber, Dave Anderson, arrived later that day. He was a middle-aged man with kind eyes and calloused hands who had been maintaining the plumbing in most of Millfield's homes for over 20 years. "Let's see what we can find," he said cheerfully, setting his tools beside the sink. Claire watched anxiously as Dave worked, removing the U-bend beneath the sink. No phone. He snaked the drain, probing deeper into the pipes. Still nothing. "That's strange," Dave mused. "Your phone should be right here. It couldn't have gone far." Claire hesitated. "Dave, have you ever heard of voices coming from the drains?" Dave glanced up at her, his expression shifting slightly. "Voices. It sounds crazy, I know," Claire said quickly, "but I've been hearing something from the bathtub drain and now the sink." Dave was silent for a moment. Then he straightened up, wiping his hands on a rag. "You know, old houses like this, the pipes can make all kinds of sounds. Water pressure, air pockets. I wouldn't worry too much about it." But something in his expression made Claire think he wasn't telling her everything. "Is there something else?" she pressed. Dave seemed to consider his words carefully. "Well, there was another house over on Maple Street, Mrs. Hoffman. About 2 years ago she mentioned something similar. Said she heard whispering coming from her shower drain." Claire felt a chill run down her spine. What happened to her? "Nothing far as I know," Dave said with a shrug. "She moved to Florida to be closer to her daughter shortly after. Left in quite a hurry, if I recall." After Dave left, promising to return the next day with different equipment to retrieve her phone, Claire sat at her kitchen table, her mind racing. She considered calling Eliza, but stopped herself. What would she say? That she was hearing voices from her drains. Her sister would think she was losing her mind. Instead, she searched online for information about Mrs. Hoffman, the woman Dave had mentioned. There wasn't much, just a brief mention in the local newspaper from 2 years ago, noting that Beatrice Hoffman, a longtime resident of Millfield, had relocated to Fort Myers, Florida. That night, Claire struggled to sleep. The voice had fallen silent, but its words echoed in her mind. "Now I have yours too." What did it have besides her phone? What else could it take? The next morning, Claire called in sick to work, something she had never done before. She spent the day researching voice recordings, plumbing acoustics, anything that might explain what she was experiencing. She found nothing conclusive. Dave returned in the afternoon with a small camera on a flexible cord, designed to be fed into the pipes. "We'll see what's going on in there," he said confidently. Together they watched the small monitor as the camera snaked its way through the plumbing. The pipes were old but seemed intact. No phone was visible. "I don't understand," Dave muttered. "It should be right there." As the camera probed deeper, Claire leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the screen. And then she saw it, a small, dark opening where there shouldn't have been one, a junction in the pipes that didn't align with the house's plumbing design. "What's that?" she asked, pointing. Dave frowned. I'm not sure, these old houses. Sometimes they've got quirks. Let me guide the camera in there. As the camera entered the mysterious passage, the image on the screen became darker, the pipe appearing to widen into what looked almost like a small chamber. And there, in the center of the frame, was Claire's phone. "There it is," Dave exclaimed, "but how in the world?" The camera continued to pan around the space, revealing something else, a collection of small objects clustered together. A bracelet, a set of keys, a watch, and something that looked like a tooth. Claire felt her blood run cold. "Dave," she whispered, "what is that?" Before Dave could answer, the screen went dark. The camera had died. Dave pulled the cord back slowly. "Battery must have given out," he said, but his voice sounded strained. "Look, I think I should call someone about this. These pipes, they're connected to something strange." That evening, after Dave had left with a promise to return with a colleague, Claire sat in her living room, unable to shake the image of those collected items in the hidden chamber. Whose were they? How had they gotten there? She tried calling Eliza, but her call went straight to voicemail. She left a message, trying to keep her voice steady. "Hey, it's me. Can you call me back? It's important." As night fell, Claire found herself unable to use any of the sinks or the bathtub in her house. The idea of water flowing through those pipes, connecting to that strange chamber, made her skin crawl. At 9:45 p.m., as she sat rigidly on her couch, her doorbell rang. Claire jumped, her heart racing. She wasn't expecting anyone. She approached the door cautiously and looked through the peephole. It was Dave Anderson, standing on her porch with a flashlight in hand. Claire opened the door. "Dave, I thought you were coming back tomorrow." Dave's expression was grim. "I've been doing some checking. After what we saw today, I had to know if there were others." "Others? Other reports, other incidents." Dave hesitated. "Can I come in? This isn't something we should discuss out here." Claire stepped aside, allowing Dave to enter. He sat at her kitchen table, placing his flashlight beside him. "Mrs. Hoffman wasn't the only one," he began. "There have been others, over the years, people who have heard voices coming from their plumbing, people who have lost things down drains that were never recovered." Claire felt a growing sense of dread. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that there's something in the old sewer system beneath Millfield, something that doesn't make sense." Dave paused. "The town was built over an older settlement. Did you know that? Before the mill was established, there was another community here, smaller. It disappeared sometime in the late 1700s. Most of the records were lost in a courthouse fire in 1832. As Dave spoke, Claire noticed something odd. The flashlight he had brought was flickering slightly, casting strange shadows on the kitchen walls. "I think whatever is down there," Dave continued, "has been there a long time, and I think it collects things." Claire swallowed hard. Things or people? Dave met her gaze. "Both, maybe. I found records of disappearances in Millfield going back decades, people who vanished without a trace. Most were written off as runaways or people who simply moved away without telling anyone, but I'm not so sure." The flashlight flickered again, more noticeably this time. "Dave," Claire said softly, "your flashlight." Dave glanced down at the flashlight. "Oh, batteries must be dying." But as they both watched, the flashlight began to roll slowly across the table, as if pulled by an unseen force. It moved toward the edge, then dropped to the floor with a clatter. And then from the kitchen sink came the voice. Claire, it whispered, I've been waiting for you to understand. Dave went pale. You hear that too? He asked hoarsely. Claire nodded, unable to speak. The pipes connect everything, the voice continued. Everyone, we all flow down eventually. Dave stood up suddenly. We need to leave now. But as he moved toward the door, all the faucets in the house, the kitchen sink, the bathroom sink, the bathtub, turned on simultaneously, water rushing out at full force. The voice grew louder, no longer a whisper, but a gurgling, wet sound that seemed to fill the entire house. Stay, Claire, stay and listen. I have so much to tell you, about the others, about what's beneath. Claire grabbed her car keys. We need to call someone, the police, or... The police won't understand, Dave said urgently. No one will. We need to get out and then we need to warn people about what's under this town. As they rushed toward the front door, the lights in Claire's house began to flicker. The water from the faucets turned cold, then dark, as if mud were mixing with the clear liquid. They made it outside, running to Claire's car parked in the driveway. As they pulled away, Claire looked back at her home, the place where she had lived her entire adult life. Through the windows, she could see all the lights were now on, blazing in the darkness. 3 days later, a small article appeared in the Millfield Gazette. It reported that a local woman, Claire Winters, and a plumber, Dave Anderson, had been involved in a strange incident. They had reported hearing voices from the plumbing in Claire's home and had claimed there was something living in the town's sewer system. The article treated the story as a curiosity, noting that both individuals had left town shortly after, Claire to stay with her sister in Philadelphia and Dave to an undisclosed location. The article concluded with a quote from the town's mayor: Millfield's infrastructure is perfectly sound. These kinds of urban legends pop up from time to time. There's nothing to worry about. But in the weeks that followed, residents of Millfield began to notice small changes. Water pressure fluctuating without explanation. Strange sounds emanating from pipes late at night. Items disappearing down drains that should have been too large to fit through the openings. And sometimes, very late at night, when the town was quiet and still, they would hear whispers coming from their sinks, their showers, their bathtubs. Whispers that knew their names, their secrets, their fears. In Claire's empty house on Elm Street, the faucets remained turned on, water flowing continuously, as if waiting for someone to listen to what the voice had to say. No one has lived in that house since. Some say that if you drive through Millfield today and stop at the single traffic light on Main Street, you can still see Claire's house in the distance, its windows dark, its yard overgrown. And if you listen carefully, you might hear the sound of running water echoing through the empty rooms. But no one stops anymore. No one listens. No one wants to hear what the voice has to say. Crime 3, she bought it second-hand, no stains, no tags. But when she flipped it over, she saw a name hand-sewn into the underside with red thread, hers. The thread continued in uneven letters, forming a message: you should have never come back. Melissa Winters had always been practical about money. Growing up in the small town of Pinewood, Oregon, she'd learned to stretch $1 from her single mother who worked double shifts at the local diner. So when Melissa decided to return to her hometown after 12 years away, buying second-hand furniture for her new apartment seemed like the natural choice. The mattress had been listed on a community forum, clean queen size, barely used, pickup only. The seller, an elderly woman named Ruth who lived in a modest bungalow on the edge of town, had been pleasant enough, if a bit distant. Melissa remembered thinking it was odd how Ruth insisted she take the mattress that very evening, practically helping her strap it to the roof of her car despite her apparent arthritis. "I just need it gone today," Ruth had said, her eyes never quite meeting Melissa's. "My grandson bought me a new one. This one's perfectly good, though." It wasn't until 3 nights later that Melissa noticed it. She'd been sleeping fine, but that evening, while changing her sheets, she glimpsed something red peeking out from the underside of the mattress. When she flipped it over, she froze. There in uneven, childlike stitches of crimson thread was her full name, Melissa Ann Winters, and beneath it those 7 words that sent ice through her veins: "You should have never come back." Melissa didn't sleep that night or the next. She called the local police department on the 3rd morning, her voice trembling as she explained the situation to Officer Dean Mercer, a man she vaguely remembered from high school. He arrived that afternoon, his expression shifting from professional concern to visible unease as he examined the stitching. "And you're sure you've never met this Ruth before?" he asked, taking photos of the mattress. "Never," Melissa insisted. "I've been away for 12 years. I only moved back 3 weeks ago." Officer Mercer promised to look into it, but Melissa could tell from his body language that he was skeptical. Perhaps he thought she'd done it herself, a cry for attention or a sign of mental instability. But why would she? She'd come back to Pinewood to start fresh after her divorce, not to create drama. The next day, Melissa drove back to Ruth's bungalow, her heart hammering in her chest. But the house was empty, no furniture, no curtains, just a for rent sign swinging gently in the front yard. The neighbor, an older man washing his car in the driveway, told her Ruth had moved out 2 days ago. "Left in quite a hurry, too," he remarked, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Been here 15 years and suddenly she's gone. Shame. She was a quiet neighbor." "Did she have a grandson?" Melissa asked. The man shook his head. "Not that I ever saw. Ruth kept to herself. No visitors that I can recall." As Melissa drove home, memories began to surface, fragments of her childhood in Pinewood that she'd spent years trying to forget. The whispers that followed her family after her father disappeared when she was 9. The way her mother would sometimes stare out the window late at night, jumping at every sound. The reason she'd left town the day after high school graduation, vowing never to return. Officer Mercer called the next day. His voice was more serious now. "Ms. Winters, I've been looking into that Ruth Carson. There's no record of anyone by that name owning or renting that property. The landlord says the house has been vacant for over a month." "That's impossible," Melissa whispered. "I was there. She sold me the mattress." "There's something else," Mercer continued, hesitation evident in his voice. "We ran the thread from your mattress. It's not commercial thread. The lab says it's silk, hand-dyed. They're still analyzing it." Melissa felt as if the floor had dropped away beneath her. "What does that mean?" "I don't know yet, but I'd like you to come down to the station. There are some old case files I think you should look at." The station was quiet when Melissa arrived that evening. Officer Mercer led her to a small conference room where several manila folders lay spread across the table. His face was grim as he opened the top folder. "These are missing persons cases from Pinewood going back 30 years, he explained. "All young women, all with red items left behind." Melissa's throat went dry as he showed her the photos. A red hair ribbon abandoned on a hiking trail. A child's sock, bright crimson, found in an empty car. A single red earring left on a doorstep. The last case was 12 years ago, Mercer said quietly, right around when you left town. Melissa stared at the final photo, a teenage girl with a bright smile, someone she vaguely recognized from school. Sarah Ellis. She disappeared a week after graduation. They'd never been friends, but Melissa remembered her. She'd been planning to move to Seattle, just like Melissa. We never found any of them, Mercer continued. The case went cold. No bodies, no crime scenes, just red. As Melissa drove home that night, her mind raced with possibilities. Who was Ruth, really? How did she know Melissa's name, her return to Pinewood? And most disturbingly, why did she want Melissa to know she was being watched? The next morning brought another discovery. While searching through old boxes she hadn't yet unpacked, Melissa found a childhood photo album. In it was a picture of her 9th birthday party, the last one before her father vanished. There, standing in the background, was a woman she hadn't noticed before, a younger version of Ruth, watching the children with an unreadable expression. With shaking hands, Melissa called Officer Mercer. 3 days later, Melissa sat in the same conference room, listening as Mercer explained what they'd found. Ruth Carson didn't exist, at least not officially, but the fingerprints from Melissa's doorbell matched those found in an abandoned cabin 30 miles outside of town, the cabin where they'd just discovered a hidden cellar. We found journals, Mercer said, his voice hollow. Decades of them and sewing supplies, red thread, the same kind used on your mattress. Who is she? Melissa whispered. Mercer slid a faded photograph across the table. It showed a much younger Ruth standing beside a tall man with kind eyes, Melissa's father. Her real name is Alina Winters, he said quietly, your father's sister. She was institutionalized briefly after your grandparents died, but she disappeared from the facility over 30 years ago. According to the journals, she blamed your father for their deaths, said he stole her life when he started his own family. Melissa felt the room spin. She took him all those years ago. Mercer nodded grimly. We're still piecing it together, but it seems she's been watching Pinewood, watching the young women who tried to leave for decades. And now she's watching me, Melissa whispered. We have officers at her last known locations, but Mercer hesitated. She's been evading detection for 30 years. She knows how to disappear. That night, Melissa sat in her apartment, every light blazing, every door locked. The mattress was gone, taken as evidence, but she couldn't shake the feeling of those red stitches, spelling out her name, warning her away from the only home she'd ever known. As she finally drifted into an uneasy sleep on her couch, her phone chimed with a text message from an unknown number. Family always finds its way home, Melissa, just like you did. Outside her window across the street, a single porch light flickered on, illuminating an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, a strand of red thread trailing from her busy hands. Crime 4, The Winter Sun in Oak Ridge, Minnesota, set early on December afternoons, casting long shadows across Alina Marsh's modest bungalow on Sycamore Lane. At 42, Alina had cultivated a life of quiet predictability that suited her. A high school English teacher for nearly 2 decades, she was known for her punctuality, her thoughtful feedback on student essays, and her solitary walks around Lake Holloway every Sunday morning, regardless of weather. Her colleagues would later describe her as pleasantly reserved, the kind of person who brought homemade cookies to faculty meetings but rarely spoke unless called upon. She lived alone with her tabby cat, Fitzgerald, named after her favorite author, in the house she'd inherited from her mother 6 years prior. Alina's sister, Marion, who lived 3 hours away in St. Paul, received a call from Alina every Wednesday evening at 7:15 p.m. They would discuss their week, share small-town gossip, and occasionally reminisce about their childhood. The calls typically lasted between 32 and 45 minutes, ending when Alina would say, "Well, I should let you go," even though both sisters knew Marion had nowhere to be. On Wednesday, February 4th, 2023, Marion's phone didn't ring at 7:15 p.m. She waited until 7:30, assuming her sister was grading papers or had gotten caught up in a book. By 8:00 p.m., Marion felt the first tremors of unease ripple through her body. By 9:00 p.m., she had called Alina's number 12 times, each call going straight to voicemail. At 9:17 p.m., she called the Oak Ridge Police Department. Officer Dale Hendricks was the first to arrive at Alina's home at 9:43 p.m. The house was dark except for a single lamp visible through the living room window. Alina's blue Honda Civic sat in the driveway, covered in a thin layer of fresh snow. When his knocks went unanswered, Officer Hendricks peered through the windows, noting nothing obviously amiss. With no signs of forced entry or distress, he informed Marion there was little he could do but file a missing persons report if Alina didn't turn up by morning. Marion drove through the night, arriving in Oak Ridge just after 1:00 a.m. She used her spare key to enter her sister's home, calling Alina's name into the stillness. The house was immaculate as always. A half-empty mug of tea sat on the coffee table, still faintly warm to the touch. Alina's phone was charging on the kitchen counter. Her winter coat hung on the hook by the door. Her car keys rested in the ceramic dish she had made in a pottery class 3 summers ago. Fitzgerald the cat paced anxiously by his empty food bowl. The only thing missing was Alina herself. By morning, the disappearance of Alina Marsh became the focus of the small Oak Ridge Police Department. Detective Sandra Lowry, a 20-year veteran of the force, interviewed Marion extensively. Yes, Alina was reliable. No, she had no known enemies. Yes, she was taking medication for mild depression, but had been stable for years. No, there were no new relationships or changes in behavior. The last person to see Alina was her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Gladys Hoffman, who had waved to her as Alina collected her mail at 4:15 p.m. on Wednesday. Detective Lowry noticed something unusual when reviewing Alina's phone records. Every Sunday for the past 4 months, Alina had received a call from the same number at exactly 10:27 p.m. The calls lasted precisely 3 minutes. The number belonged to a prepaid phone that could not be traced to a specific individual. Marion knew nothing about these calls. When investigators examined Alina's journal, they found entries that became increasingly troubled in recent weeks. January 17, I felt it again today, the sensation of being watched during my walk. I turned several times but saw no one. Am I becoming paranoid? January 23 found another small arrangement of stones on my porch. 3rd time this month. Probably neighborhood children, but unsettling nonetheless. January 29, the dream came again. The figure standing at the foot of my bed, motionless. I woke drenched in sweat, but of course no one was there. I really must speak to Dr. Brenner about adjusting my medication. February 3, someone has been in the house. Nothing taken, nothing moved, but I can feel it. The air feels different. I'm changing the locks tomorrow. The last entry was dated February 4th, the day she disappeared, 10:13 a.m. The hollow hours are coming. I understand now. Detective Lowry expanded the search. Alina's credit cards hadn't been used. Her bank account showed no unusual activity. Her browser history revealed frequent visits to a forum for insomnia sufferers where she posted under the username Nightwalker42. Her last post at 2:17 a.m. on February 4th read, "The space between 3 and 4 a.m., that's when they come, that's when the world thins." A canvass of the neighborhood yielded one significant lead. Timothy Granger, a college student home on winter break who lived across the street, reported seeing Eleanor's living room light on at 3:30 a.m. on February 4th. He had been up late studying and noticed a figure moving behind the curtains, though he assumed it was Eleanor having trouble sleeping. 12 days after her disappearance, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Lake Holloway, where Eleanor took her Sunday walks, was partially frozen in February. A local ice fisherman, Martin Doyle, reported his line catching on something unusual beneath the surface. Police divers recovered Eleanor's leather-bound journal, a different one from what was found in her home, waterproofed in a plastic bag and weighed down with rocks. The entries dated back 18 months and told a very different story from the composed English teacher her community knew. August 12, 2021, I saw him again today, standing across the street as I left school. Same coat, same posture. When I approached, he walked away. This is the third time this month. October 4, 2021, the photos arrived today. Me sleeping, me grading papers at my desk, me getting into my car. No note, just the photographs in a manila envelope in my mailbox. December 25, 2021, Christmas alone again, but not really alone. I hear breathing sometimes when the house should be empty. I've checked every closet, under every bed, nothing. I'm installing a security system tomorrow. The journal entries continued, detailing Eleanor's growing fear of an unknown stalker whom she never clearly saw. She had not reported these incidents to the police, fearing she wouldn't be believed, or worse, that it would provoke her tormentor. The final entry, dated January 30th, 2023, read, "I found the camera today, hidden in the heating vent in my bedroom. How long has it been there? Months? Years? I've removed it but haven't called the police. I need to know who he is first. I have a plan." The discovery shifted the investigation dramatically. Forensic technicians examined Eleanor's home with renewed focus, finding sophisticated surveillance equipment installed throughout the house. Tiny cameras had been hidden in light fixtures, behind air vents, inside the smoke detector. More disturbing was the evidence that someone had created a small access point into the crawl space beneath the house, a space barely large enough for a person to navigate. Police technicians determined the surveillance system transmitted to a receiver somewhere within a half-mile radius. A search of the surrounding area uncovered a small, abandoned hunting cabin in the woods behind Lake Holloway. Inside, they found a makeshift surveillance center, monitors, recording equipment, and hundreds of hours of footage of Eleanor's most private moments. Food wrappers, a sleeping bag, and personal items suggested someone had been living there for months. Among the items recovered was a carefully maintained calendar marking Eleanor's routines with obsessive precision. Every Wednesday phone call with her sister was noted. Every Sunday walk, even her trips to the grocery store, were documented, along with notes about what she purchased. The level of detail was chilling. The fingerprints found in the cabin belonged to Robert Marsh, Eleanor's first cousin, who had been released from a psychiatric facility 18 months earlier after being treated for erotomania and delusional disorder. Robert had lived with Eleanor's family briefly during their teenage years, and according to old family records Marion provided, had developed an unhealthy fixation on Eleanor that her parents had tried to address through therapy. For almost 2 decades, Robert had been out of Eleanor's life. He had apparently married, divorced, and spent time in various institutions before being released with a clean bill of health. No one had thought to warn Alina of his release. But the most unsettling discovery was yet to come. In the final days of February, as the winter ice began to thaw, a kayaker spotted something unusual in a remote section of Lake Holloway. Police recovered Alina's blue Honda Civic submerged in 12 feet of water. Alina was found in the driver's seat, seatbelt fastened, hands gripping the steering wheel at 10 and 2 o'clock, exactly as she'd been taught in driver's education 30 years earlier. The car doors were locked from the inside. The windows were rolled up. There was no sign of trauma to her body. The autopsy revealed Alina had died from drowning, but the toxicology report showed high levels of sleeping medication in her system, the same medication prescribed to her for insomnia. The medical examiner concluded she would have been heavily sedated, possibly unconscious, when the car entered the water. How the car ended up in the lake with the doors locked from the inside became the central mystery. Had Alina, tormented beyond endurance, taken her own life in a manner designed to confound, or had someone else, perhaps Robert, found a way to stage an elaborate scene? Robert Marsh remained missing despite an extensive multi-state manhunt. His last known location was a gas station 50 miles from Oak Ridge on February 5th, the day after Alina disappeared. Surveillance footage showed him purchasing a bus ticket to Chicago, but he never arrived at his destination. The investigation stalled. Alina was laid to rest in the Oak Ridge Cemetery on a hill overlooking the lake where she took her Sunday walks. Marion sold her sister's house 6 months later, unable to bear the thought of the violations that had occurred there. 1 year after Alina's disappearance, Marion received a package with no return address. Inside was a USB drive containing a single video file. The footage showed Alina sitting at her kitchen table on February 4th, 2023, speaking directly to the camera that had been hidden in her clock radio. "I know you're watching," she said, her voice steady despite the dark circles under her eyes. "I've known for months. Tonight it ends one way or another." The video abruptly cut to black. Marion turned the USB drive over to Detective Lowry, who added it to the evidence file of the still-open case. Forensic analysis revealed the video had been uploaded to the drive from a public library computer in Seattle, Washington, 3 days before Marion received it. To this day, Robert Marsh has never been found. The case of Alina Marsh remains officially unsolved, classified as an undetermined death in police records. In Oak Ridge, some say they occasionally see a figure standing at the edge of Lake Holloway in the early morning hours, watching the water where Alina's car was found. By the time anyone gets close enough for a clear view, the figure is gone, leaving only footprints that lead into the dense woods and disappear. The hollow hours between 3 and 4 a.m. still come to Oak Ridge, just as they do everywhere. But on Sycamore Lane, the residents keep their curtains drawn tight and their doors double-locked during those quiet, thin moments when the world holds its breath and waits for morning. Crime 5, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the living room of 247 Oakwood Drive. Melissa Winters, a 34-year-old elementary school librarian, had always been methodical about cleaning her modest suburban home in Pinewood, Oregon. Every Saturday, without fail, she would vacuum, dust, and polish until everything gleamed. Her neighbors often commented on her immaculate lawn, perfectly trimmed hedges, and the warm glow that emanated from her windows each evening. Melissa had moved to Pinewood 6 years ago after her divorce. The small community, with its tree-lined streets and friendly neighbors, had offered her a fresh start. She'd grown up in a chaotic household with parents who fought constantly and eventually separated when she was 12. Perhaps that's why order and routine had become so important to her, a way to control what little she could in an unpredictable world. On that particular Saturday in October, as the leaves fell gently outside her window, Melissa decided it was time to deep clean her living room. The large Persian rug that covered most of the hardwood floor hadn't been moved in almost a year. With determined effort, she pushed aside her coffee table and rolled up the heavy rug. The hardwood floor was spotless, but when she pulled up the rug, she found childlike drawings in red chalk, figures, a house, and one face crossed out. The last image showed a stick figure alone, labeled with her name. Next to it, a door wide open. Melissa's breath caught in her throat. She lived alone. No children had been in her house for months, except for her niece who had visited at Christmas almost 10 months earlier, and these drawings looked fresh, the chalk vibrant and barely smudged. For several minutes she just stared at the crude images, trying to make sense of them. A chill crept up her spine despite the warm afternoon sun streaming through the windows. Finally, with trembling hands, she took pictures of the drawings with her phone, then wiped them away with paper towels. She spent the next hour scrubbing the floor, as if erasing all evidence would somehow erase the unsettling reality that someone had been in her home. That night, Melissa couldn't sleep. She double-checked every lock, closed every curtain, and even placed a chair against her bedroom door. Her mind raced with questions. Who had been in her house? How did they get in? Why would someone draw such strange images and then carefully replace the rug? On Sunday morning, after a restless night, Melissa called her older sister, Lauren. It was probably just kids playing a prank, Lauren suggested, though she couldn't hide the concern in her voice. Maybe someone from school. You should report it to the police just to be safe. Officer Derek Branson arrived at Melissa's home that afternoon. In his late 40s, with graying temples and kind eyes that had seen too much, he listened carefully as Melissa explained what she had found. She showed him the photos on her phone. "Have you noticed anything else unusual lately?" he asked, his voice calm but his eyes alert. "Any items moved, strange calls, someone watching your house?" Melissa started to shake her head, then stopped. "Well, there was something. Last week I found my garden gate open twice, even though I'm certain I closed it. And sometimes I feel like I'm being watched when I'm reading in the evening, but I thought I was just being paranoid." Officer Branson documented everything methodically. "Unfortunately, without signs of forced entry, there's not much we can do right now except file a report, but I'd recommend installing a security camera and maybe stay with someone for a few days if you can." Melissa declined the suggestion to leave her home. She wouldn't be driven out by fear, but she did install cameras that week, pointing at all entrances to her house. She also changed her locks and started keeping her bedroom window closed, despite preferring the fresh air while she slept. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. The cameras recorded only the occasional squirrel or neighborhood cat crossing her yard. Melissa began to wonder if perhaps she had sleepwalked and drawn the images herself, though she had no history of such behavior. Or maybe Lauren was right. Perhaps it was just a neighborhood prank that went too far. Then came the Wednesday when everything changed. Melissa had stayed late at the school library, organizing a new shipment of books. By the time she pulled into her driveway, darkness had fallen. The motion sensor lights clicked on as she approached her front door, illuminating the path. She noticed immediately that something was different. Her flower pot had been moved slightly to the left of the door instead of its usual spot on the right. With shaking hands, she unlocked her door and stepped inside, immediately checking her security app. The cameras had caught nothing unusual, yet someone had moved her flower pot. The unease that had started to fade now returned with renewed intensity. That night, unable to sleep, Melissa decided to review the security footage again, scanning backward through days of recordings. And that's when she noticed it, a brief shadow passing across her backyard at 2:17 a.m. 3 nights earlier. The camera had caught just the edge of a figure moving out of frame. She hadn't noticed it before because the motion hadn't triggered an alert, being too brief and too far at the edge of the camera's range. The next morning, Melissa called Officer Branson again. He came by that afternoon and reviewed the footage. "It could be someone cutting through your yard," he said, though his furrowed brow suggested he didn't quite believe that. "But given the drawings you found, we should take this seriously. I'm going to have a patrol car drive by your house more frequently for the next few weeks." That night, Melissa decided to go through old photo albums, seeking distraction from her growing anxiety. As she flipped through pictures from her childhood, she paused at a photo of herself at age 10, standing in front of her elementary school with a boy about the same age. His face was vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place him. She turned the photo over. On the back, in her childish handwriting, "Me and Danny B at Lincoln Elementary." Danny B, the name stirred something in her memory, a quiet boy with intense eyes who had moved away suddenly in 5th grade. They had been friends of sorts. She remembered him coming to her house once or twice to work on a science project. He had been fascinated by her collection of colored chalks, a gift from her grandmother. Melissa set the photo aside, telling herself the connection was tenuous at best. Still, she found herself searching online for Daniel B. from Lincoln Elementary. Nothing relevant appeared. She tried variations of the name combined with her hometown, but after an hour of searching, she gave up and went to bed. 3 more days passed without incident. Melissa began to relax slightly, though she still checked her security app obsessively throughout the day. On Saturday, following her cleaning routine, she found herself hesitating before moving the rug. Taking a deep breath, she rolled it back. The floor was clean, she exhaled in relief. That evening, Melissa called Lauren, who invited her over for Sunday dinner. For the first time in weeks, Melissa felt her tension easing. Perhaps it had been a one-time intrusion after all. Sunday dinner with Lauren's family was pleasant, her niece Emma chattering about school, her brother-in-law John grilling steaks to perfection. Melissa stayed later than planned, helping with dishes and playing board games. By the time she headed home, it was already dark. As she pulled into her driveway, the motion lights flickered on as usual. Everything looked normal. Inside, she hung up her coat and went straight to the kitchen for a glass of water. That's when she noticed the small red smudge on the countertop. She leaned closer, chalk dust. Her heart hammering, Melissa walked to the living room. The rug was slightly askew, not how she had left it. With trembling hands, she pulled it back. Fresh drawings covered the floor, the same childish style but more elaborate now. A stick figure labeled Melissa stood in a house. Outside the house were several figures, all with exaggerated smiling faces. One figure stood apart from the others, its face drawn larger, its smile wider. Next to this figure was written in careful block letters, "I remember you." Melissa stumbled backward, her phone already in her hand, dialing 911. As she waited for the operator to answer, her gaze fixed on one final detail of the drawing, a calendar page with today's date circled in red. Officer Branson and his partner arrived within minutes. They searched the house thoroughly but found no signs of forced entry, no one hiding in closets or under beds. The The security cameras had recorded nothing unusual. Yet someone had been in her home while she was at Lauren's for dinner, someone who had evaded her cameras and locks to leave another message. "You can't stay here tonight," Officer Branson insisted. "We'll have forensics come in the morning to dust for prints and collect samples of the chalk, but for now, you need to go somewhere safe." Melissa spent the night at Lauren's, lying awake on the guest bed, her mind racing. Who was doing this? What did they want? And why couldn't the cameras catch them? The next morning, forensics found no fingerprints except Melissa's own. The chalk was ordinary red sidewalk chalk, available at any store. The security company sent a technician who confirmed the cameras were working properly. There were no blind spots that could explain how someone entered undetected. That afternoon, while Melissa sat at Lauren's kitchen table staring blankly at a cup of tea, her phone chimed with a notification. Someone had just sent her a friend request on Facebook. The name made her blood freeze: Daniel Blackwood. With shaking fingers, she opened the profile. It had been created that day, no posts, no photos, just a generic silhouette for a profile picture. She clicked decline and immediately blocked the account. Minutes later, her phone rang with an unknown number. She declined the call. A text message appeared instantly. "I just wanted to reconnect. Don't you remember our project? The door is still open." Melissa dropped the phone as if it had burned her. The drawing had shown a door wide open. Officer Branson took the development seriously. A detective was assigned to the case, and they began looking into Daniel Blackwood's background. They discovered he had moved with his mother to Idaho after 5th grade. His mother had died 2 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Over the next week, Melissa stayed with Lauren while the police monitored her house. No new drawings appeared. No more messages came from the unknown number. The Facebook account was deleted. The unsettling silence was almost worse than the intrusions had been. Then came the breakthrough. A police database search revealed that Daniel Blackwood had been briefly institutionalized in his late teens after an incident involving a former teacher's home. He had broken in multiple times, leaving elaborate chalk drawings on the floors and walls. His diagnosis mentioned an obsessive attachment disorder and delusions about open doors between worlds. Armed with this information, authorities in 3 states began searching for Blackwood. Melissa returned to her home, now equipped with an upgraded security system and a temporary police detail parked outside. For 2 days, nothing happened. On the 3rd night at 2:17 a.m., all the power in Melissa's house suddenly cut out. The backup battery for the security system kicked in, but in those few seconds of transition, a figure moved across the backyard, this time caught clearly on camera. By the time police responded to the alarm, the intruder was gone, but the camera had captured a clear image of a man in his 30s with intense eyes that matched the boy in Melissa's childhood photo. Daniel Blackwood had returned to Pinewood. The hunt intensified. Police discovered Blackwood had been renting a room just 3 blocks from Melissa's house under a false name. In that room, they found walls covered with red chalk drawings, hundreds of doors, all open, with stick figures passing through them. But Daniel himself was nowhere to be found. 3 days later, Melissa woke at midnight to the sound of her phone chiming. A text from an unknown number contained just 4 words: "The door is closing." That was 3 years ago. Daniel Blackwood was never found. Melissa eventually moved away from Pinewood, unable to feel safe in the house with the hardwood floors and Persian rug. The case remains technically open but inactive. Sometimes on quiet nights in her new apartment 2 states away, Melissa finds herself thinking about doors, open, closed, and the spaces in between where childhood memories and adult fears intersect. And occasionally, when she can't sleep, she pulls back the corner of her new rug just to check, just to be sure. Crime 6. In the quiet suburb of Cedar Creek, Minnesota, everyone knew Sarah Winters. She was the kind of person who seemed to radiate warmth wherever she went, a third-grade teacher at the local elementary school, a volunteer at the animal shelter every other weekend, and the organizing force behind the neighborhood's annual fall festival. At 42, Sarah had lived in Cedar Creek her entire life, in a small blue craftsman house just 3 blocks from where she grew up. Sarah's routine was something you could set your watch by. Every morning at 6:15, she would leave her house for a 30-minute jog through Pinewood Park. By 7:30, she would arrive at Daisy's Cafe for her usual black coffee and a blueberry muffin, before heading to Cedar Creek Elementary, where she had taught for nearly 2 decades. Sarah was the most reliable person I knew, said Megan Taylor, owner of Daisy's Cafe and Sarah's friend of 15 years. If she didn't show up, you knew something was wrong. And on Tuesday, October 4th, 2022, Sarah didn't show up. It was unlike her to break routine. When Sarah missed her morning coffee, something that had happened only twice before, once during a blizzard and once when she had pneumonia, Megan didn't immediately worry. But when Sarah also didn't arrive at school, her colleague Amanda Porter called her cell phone. No answer. She called again during lunch break. Still nothing. By 4:30 that afternoon, several of Sarah's colleagues had gathered at her home. Her car was in the driveway. The porch light was still on from the night before. Her neighbor across the street, Daniel Hoffman, remembered seeing Sarah arrive home from school the previous day around 4:15 p.m. as usual. After that, no one recalled seeing her. When police officers finally entered her home that evening, they found nothing overtly suspicious. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter, wallet and phone inside. A half-empty glass of red wine rested on the coffee table in the living room beside an open book placed face down to mark her page. The only unusual detail was her back door unlocked, something Sarah's friends insisted she never left that way. The house looked like she had simply stepped out for a minute, Detective Robert Mills would later tell reporters, but she had vanished without taking anything with her. In Sarah's bedroom, the bed was made, which suggested she hadn't gone to sleep that night. Her jogging clothes were laid out neatly on her dresser for the following morning, including her running shoes and fitness tracker. When officers checked her fitness tracker's app on her phone, they discovered her last recorded activity had ended at 9:37 p.m. on Monday night, a short walk through her own home before the data stopped. The investigation began with the standard approach for missing persons cases. Officers canvassed the neighborhood. They checked surveillance footage from nearby businesses. They examined Sarah's phone records and bank statements. Her last text message had been sent at 9:22 p.m. to her sister in Chicago. Talk tomorrow about Thanksgiving plans. Love you. As days passed without any sign of Sarah, the community's anxiety deepened. Cedar Creek hadn't seen a case like this in decades. This wasn't the kind of place where people disappeared. This was the kind of place people moved to specifically because nothing bad ever happened. 2 weeks into the investigation, detectives discovered something peculiar when reviewing Sarah's internet search history. In the weeks leading up to her disappearance, she had been researching cabin rentals in northern Minnesota, specifically around the isolated Lake Obscura area. She had also searched for information about changing one's identity and starting over in a new place. It was the first indication that perhaps Sarah had left voluntarily, Detective Mills explained, but it didn't match anything we knew about her character or life circumstances. Sarah's sister Rebecca dismissed the theory immediately. Sarah wouldn't leave her students in the middle of a school year. She wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. She was happy here. The case took another turn when officers discovered a series of anonymous letters in Sarah's desk drawer. The letters, written on plain white paper with printed text, contained what could only be described as vague threats. One read, "Teachers should be careful about what they see and what they say." Another, "Some secrets are buried for a reason." The postmarks on the envelopes dated back 6 months. Sarah had apparently never mentioned them to anyone. As investigators dug deeper into Sarah's life, they discovered that 3 years earlier, she had reported concerns about one of her students, a young boy who had come to school with suspicious bruises. Her report had triggered an investigation by Child Protective Services, but ultimately no action was taken against the parents, who had moved away from Cedar Creek shortly after. The father of that child, Thomas Griffith, had been observed back in Cedar Creek just 2 weeks before Sarah's disappearance. When questioned, he claimed he was simply visiting old friends and knew nothing about Sarah's whereabouts. His alibi for the night of October 3rd checked out. He had been at a bar 20 miles away until closing time, confirmed by both the bartender and security footage. 4 months after Sarah vanished, hikers found a woman's running shoe in Blackwater Ravine, approximately 7 miles from Sarah's home. The shoe matched the brand and size Sarah wore, but DNA testing couldn't conclusively prove it was hers due to exposure to the elements. The discovery led to an extensive search of the ravine and surrounding forest, but no other evidence emerged. The area was dense with undergrowth, crisscrossed by dozens of animal trails, and dotted with abandoned hunting cabins, a challenging environment for even the most thorough search team. By the 1-year anniversary of Sarah's disappearance, the active investigation had slowed to a crawl. Her case remained open, but leads had dried up. The community held a candlelight vigil at Pinewood Park, where Sarah had jogged nearly every morning of her adult life. In an unexpected development 18 months after Sarah vanished, an anonymous package arrived at the Cedar Creek Police Department. Inside was a flash drive containing a video file. The footage, apparently taken from a personal security camera, showed a dark figure moving across Sarah's backyard at 11:42 p.m. on the night she disappeared. The figure appeared to approach her back door, then move out of frame. The timestamp showed 11:47 p.m. when the same silhouette retreated across the yard. The video quality was too poor to identify the person. More disturbing was the question of who had recorded it and why they had waited so long to come forward. Detective Mills, now retired but still following the case, told reporters, "This kind of delayed evidence is both valuable and frustrating. It confirms our suspicion that someone else was involved in Sarah's disappearance, but it raises so many questions about the source." The police attempted to trace the package, but it had been mailed from a public post office box in Minneapolis with no security cameras. The flash drive was a common brand sold at thousands of stores nationwide. Meanwhile, small items from Sarah's home began appearing in strange places around Cedar Creek. Her favorite coffee mug was found on a bench in Pinewood Park. A distinctive bracelet she often wore turned up in the parking lot of Cedar Creek Elementary. Her bookmark appeared in a returned book at the public library, a book that had been checked out 6 months after she vanished. Some residents believed these items were being planted as some kind of psychological torture for the community. Others thought they might be clues deliberately left by whoever was responsible for Sarah's disappearance. The case has divided Cedar Creek. Some believe Sarah is still alive, perhaps in hiding or being held somewhere. Others have reluctantly accepted that she may never be found. Theories range from an opportunistic abduction to a carefully planned crime motivated by her past actions as a teacher. 2.5 years have now passed. Sarah's blue craftsman house stands empty, the garden she lovingly tended now overgrown. Her sister visits monthly to check on the property, but can't bring herself to sell it or clean out Sarah's belongings. I still believe someone in Cedar Creek knows something they haven't shared, Rebecca said at the most recent community meeting about the case. Someone saw something that night or noticed something strange in the days before she disappeared. I'm begging that person to come forward. Detective Mills, though retired, continues to review the case files in his spare time. What haunts me most, he admitted during a recent interview, is that security video. Someone was watching Sarah's home that night, someone who either saw what happened or was directly involved. That person is still out there, perhaps still in Cedar Creek, walking the same streets as everyone else. The investigation remains open, one of nearly 600,000 missing persons cases that occur in the United States each year. But unlike many cases that fade from public memory, Sarah Winter's disappearance continues to cast a long shadow over Cedar Creek, a constant reminder that even in the safest seeming places, people can vanish without a trace, leaving behind nothing but questions that may never be answered. And in a community where everyone knows everyone, one unsettling question remains. If Sarah didn't leave willingly, then someone in Cedar Creek might know exactly what happened to her. Someone who still shops at the local grocery store, attends community events, and greets their neighbors with a smile, all while keeping the darkest of secrets. Crime 7, the Westlake Apartments in Portland, Oregon stood 12 stories tall against the perpetually gray skyline. Built in the 1970s, it had once been considered luxury living, but by 2018 it had settled into the comfortable mediocrity of middle-class housing. Paint peeled in the corners of hallways, the elevators sometimes stuck between floors. The building manager promised renovations that never seemed to materialize. For 26-year-old Eliza Mercer, it was simply home. She had moved in 18 months earlier, a fresh college graduate with her first serious job at a marketing firm downtown. Apartment 204 wasn't fancy, just a one-bedroom with a kitchenette and a view of another apartment building, but it was hers. Friends described Eliza as cautious but kind. She texted her mother in Seattle every morning. She kept her social media accounts private. She avoided the parking garage after dark, preferring to park on the street even when it meant a longer walk. According to her younger sister, Eliza always checked her locks twice before going to bed, a habit developed after a break-in at their childhood home when she was 9. She wasn't paranoid, her mother would later tell detectives. She was careful, there's a difference. On the evening of November 12th, Eliza arrived home from work at 6:22 p.m. Security footage showed her entering the lobby in her gray wool coat, checking her mail and waiting for the elevator. She appeared to be alone. No one unusual was in the frame. The timestamp read 6:24 p.m. when the elevator doors closed with Eliza inside. She never made it to her apartment. At 9:45 p.m., Eliza's friend Caroline Dixon called the building manager. They had planned to meet for dinner at 7:30, but Eliza hadn't shown up or answered any texts. This wasn't like her. The building manager, Dennis Walton, agreed to check her apartment. Everything looked normal, Walton later testified. The door was locked, lights were off, no sign of forced entry. I knocked and announced myself, but no answer. I used my master key and the apartment was empty. Bed was made, no dishes in the sink. It was like she had never come home. But the security footage clearly showed she had entered the building. The elevator camera picked her up when she stepped inside and pressed the button for the second floor. Then something unusual happened. The feed cut out for approximately 47 seconds. When it resumed, the elevator car was empty. Detective Sarah Novak was assigned to the case the next morning. By then, Eliza had been missing for 15 hours. The first thing that caught my attention was the gap in the footage. Novak would later write in her case notes, 47 seconds is a long time. The elevator should have reached the second floor in less than 10 seconds. So where did it go, and what happened during those missing seconds? Novak began by interviewing residents who had been home that evening. A disturbing pattern emerged. 3 residents reported hearing the distinctive sound of the elevator moving past their floors without stopping, like it was going too fast, according to Mrs. Patterson in apartment 803. Most troubling was the statement from James Hurley in apartment 511. He had taken the elevator approximately 20 minutes after Eliza. When I got in, I pressed 5, but the button for the basement was already lit up. I didn't think much of it at the time. The basement. The Westlake apartments had 2 basement levels. B1 housed storage units, laundry facilities, and maintenance rooms. It was accessible to all residents. B2 was restricted, used for major building systems, electrical panels, and an abandoned boiler room from when the building had used a different heating system. Few residents even knew it existed. The security cameras didn't cover the basement levels. Detective Novak and building manager Walton descended to B2 the next afternoon. The elevator required a key to access this floor. As the doors opened, they found themselves in a dimly lit concrete hallway, utilitarian, cold, with pipes running along the ceiling. Unlike the residential floors, there were no apartment numbers here, no welcome mats, no decorative sconces on the walls. The first thing I noticed was the floor, Novak would later tell a reporter from the Oregonian. There were scuff marks, fresh ones, like something or someone had been dragged. The marks led down the hallway to a heavy metal door at the end. It was slightly ajar. Behind it lay the old boiler room, long since decommissioned but still filled with hulking equipment covered in dust, except for one area that appeared recently disturbed. In the corner they found Eliza's handbag. Her wallet, keys, and phone were still inside. Nothing appeared to be missing. But Eliza wasn't there. What they did find was deeply unsettling. In the corner of the boiler room, a small digital recorder had been set up on a metal shelf. When Novak pressed play, a woman's voice, not Eliza's, repeated a single phrase, "You came back." The recording was playing on a loop. Forensic analysis later revealed that the recorder had been purchased from a chain electronics store 3 months earlier. The receipt was paid in cash. The voice on the recording could not be identified. As the investigation continued, detectives established a timeline. Eliza had entered the building at 6:24 p.m. The elevator camera went dark for 47 seconds. She never swiped her key card to enter her apartment. Building logs showed that the elevator had indeed traveled to the second floor, opened its doors for 9 seconds, and then, without any button being pressed inside the car, descended directly to B2. This movement required a maintenance key. Dennis Walton, the building manager, became the primary focus of the investigation. He had access to all areas of the building. He possessed master keys. He had been employed at Westlake for 8 years with no complaints against him. His alibi, that he had been watching television in his first-floor apartment at the time of Eliza's disappearance, couldn't be independently verified. "I had nothing to do with this," Walton insisted during interrogation. "Why would I? I barely knew the girl." But digital forensics told a different story. Eliza's phone, found in her handbag, contained no calls or texts to Walton, but his name appeared in her search history. 3 weeks before her disappearance, she had searched Dennis Walton Portland Court Records. Detectives executed a search warrant on Walton's apartment. They found nothing unusual until they checked his storage unit on B1. Inside a cardboard box labeled Christmas decorations, they discovered women's clothing, not Eliza's, and a collection of key cards from former residents who had moved out. Most disturbing was a journal containing entries about various female residents, including details about their routines, their visitors, whether they lived alone. Eliza's name appeared on the last page with a single notation: "Noticed me asking questions." When confronted with this evidence, Walton's demeanor changed. "You don't understand," he told Detective Novick. "I protect them. I watch out for them. When they start getting too curious, I have to make decisions." But he refused to reveal what had happened to Eliza or where she might be. 3 days into the investigation, while Walton was in custody but still not cooperating, a maintenance worker for a neighboring building made a gruesome discovery. Behind a dumpster in the alley separating the two properties, he found a woman's shoe, which Eliza's mother later identified as belonging to her daughter. The area was immediately cordoned off. Cadaver dogs were brought in. Their behavior indicated human remains might be present in the vicinity, but after an exhaustive search of the alley, the garbage dumpsters, and even the sewers beneath, no body was found. Then came the first significant breakthrough. Security footage from the neighboring building captured a figure exiting the emergency stairwell of Westlake Apartments at 1:17 a.m. on November 13th, approximately 7 hours after Eliza's disappearance. The figure was carrying what appeared to be a large duffel bag, struggling with its weight. The resolution was too poor to make a positive identification, but the height and build were consistent with Dennis Walton's. The figure disappeared into the blind spot between the two buildings, the same alley where Eliza's shoe would later be found. 6 weeks into the investigation, without Eliza's body or a confession, prosecutors charged Dennis Walton with kidnapping. The evidence, while circumstantial, painted a disturbing picture of obsession and stalking. Further investigation into Walton's past revealed he had been investigated, but never charged, in connection with the disappearance of a female tenant at an apartment complex where he had worked in Eugene, Oregon 5 years earlier. That woman had never been found. At his arraignment, Walton entered a plea of not guilty. His attorney argued that the evidence was entirely circumstantial. No DNA linked him to Eliza, no witnesses saw him with her, and most importantly, there was no body proving a crime had occurred. 2 months into the trial preparation, something unexpected happened. An anonymous letter arrived at the Portland Police Department. Inside was a key card for the Westlake Apartments and a note, B2, East Maintenance Room, behind the electrical panel. Detectives returned to the building's second basement level. The East Maintenance Room was small, cramped with equipment. The electrical panel on the back wall appeared undisturbed, but when moved aside, revealed a small opening in the concrete wall, an access point to the building's original electrical conduits, long since bypassed but never sealed. Inside this narrow space, they found a USB drive. When examined, the drive contained hundreds of video files. Each showed different women going about their daily routines in their apartments, cooking dinner, watching television, sleeping. The cameras had been hidden in smoke detectors, air vents, light fixtures. Among them were dozens of videos of Eliza in her apartment. The final video of her was dated November 12th, the day she disappeared. In this last recording, Eliza was at her computer. The screen was visible in the frame. She was researching Dennis Walton, reading a news article about the disappearance in Eugene that had never led to charges. The camera angle showed she was unaware she was being watched. Despite this evidence, Dennis Walton maintained his innocence, refusing to reveal what had happened to Eliza or where she might be. He was eventually convicted of stalking, invasion of privacy, and kidnapping, receiving a sentence of 25 years to life. To this day, Eliza Mercer remains missing. The Westlake apartments have since been renovated and renamed. The building's second basement level has been permanently sealed off. New security measures have been installed. The current management assures residents that nothing like this could ever happen again. But sometimes, according to night staff, the elevator still moves on its own, bypassing the floors where buttons have been pressed, descending to the lobby without being called. Maintenance has checked the system repeatedly. They find nothing wrong with it. And in apartment 204, now occupied by a young couple, the tenant occasionally reports hearing a strange sound in the night, like a voice, faint but insistent, coming through the heating vent. "You came back," it seems to say. "You came back." Crime 8, the mid-afternoon sun cast long shadows through the windows of Sarah Keller's modest suburban home in Oak Ridge, Minnesota. At 42, Sarah had settled into a comfortable routine as a part-time librarian and full-time guardian to her 6-year-old niece, Emma. The arrangement had begun 3 years earlier when Sarah's younger sister, Melissa, had been sentenced to 7 years for drug trafficking. It wasn't ideal, but Sarah had grown to love the quiet life they'd built together. October in Minnesota brought crisp air and early sunsets. Sarah had just finished preparing a light dinner while Emma sat at the kitchen table, her small hands moving purposefully across a sheet of drawing paper. The little girl had always been creative, finding solace in art since coming to live with her aunt. Sarah encouraged this, keeping a drawer full of colored pencils, markers, and crayons that Emma could access whenever inspiration struck. "I made something for you," Emma announced, holding up her latest creation. Sarah wiped her hands on a dish towel and walked over to inspect the artwork. It was a typical child's drawing at first glance, a simple house with a triangle roof, a yellow sun in the corner, some green trees, and stick figures meant to represent Emma and Sarah holding hands in the front yard. But as Sarah's eyes moved across the page, they fixed on something unusual in the upper right corner. A face drawn in stark black crayon, mouth stretched wide in what appeared to be a scream, eyes wide and hollow. "This is beautiful, sweetheart," Sarah said, keeping her voice steady. "But who's this?" She pointed to the disturbing face. Emma glanced up with innocent eyes. "That's the man who watches me from your room." A chill ran through Sarah's body. "What man, Emma? What do you mean?" "The man who stands by your closet sometimes," Emma replied matter-of-factly, already reaching for another blank sheet of paper. "He only comes when you're not home. He doesn't talk, but his mouth is always open like this." She demonstrated by widening her own mouth into an exaggerated O. Sarah felt her heart rate quicken. She lived alone with Emma in the three-bedroom ranch house she'd inherited from her parents. No one else had a key, and she was certain no one else had been inside when she wasn't home. At least, that's what she wanted to believe. Has he ever talked to you or touched you? Sarah asked carefully, trying to mask her growing concern. Emma shook her head. No, he just watches. Sometimes he cries. That night after Emma had gone to bed, Sarah examined her bedroom meticulously. She checked the closet under the bed and behind the curtains. She tested the windows, all locked. Nothing seemed out of place. She told herself it was just Emma's imagination, perhaps influenced by a scary movie glimpsed at a friend's house or a story heard at school. Children Emma's age often had trouble distinguishing between reality and fantasy. Still, Sarah slept poorly that night, waking frequently to check on Emma and listen for any unusual sounds in the house. The following week, Sarah mentioned the drawing to her closest friend, Rebecca, during their regular Friday coffee meetup at Oak Ridge Corner Cafe. Kids say weird things all the time, Rebecca reassured her. Last month, Tyler insisted there was a dragon living in our washing machine. Turned out he'd seen some steam coming out during the spin cycle. Sarah nodded, wanting to believe it was that simple. I know, but this felt different. You should have seen the face she drew, Beck. It was disturbing. And the way she described him standing there watching her, it just made my skin crawl. Have you noticed anything else strange? Missing items? Windows or doors unlocked when you're sure you secured them? No, nothing like that. Maybe set up a nanny cam, Rebecca suggested, just for peace of mind. That afternoon, Sarah purchased a small camera disguised as a clock for her bedroom and another for Emma's room. She didn't tell Emma about them, not wanting to fuel whatever fantasy might be developing in the child's mind. 2 uneventful weeks passed. Sarah reviewed the footage each day, finding nothing unusual, just empty rooms when they were out of the house and normal sleeping patterns at night. She began to relax, convinced that Emma's watching man had been nothing more than an imaginary friend or a nightmare she'd confused with reality. Then came the morning when Sarah couldn't find her favorite silver bracelet, a gift from her mother before she passed. She was certain she'd left it on her dresser the night before. She searched the entire house but couldn't locate it. When she asked Emma if she'd seen it, the little girl shook her head. Maybe the watching man took it, Emma said casually over her bowl of cereal. He touches your things sometimes when you're sleeping. Sarah felt that familiar chill again. Emma, there is no watching man. We've talked about this. Emma just shrugged and continued eating. Later that day, Sarah checked the camera footage from the previous night. Nothing appeared unusual. She could see herself sleeping peacefully in bed. The bracelet was visible on the dresser when she went to sleep at 10:43 p.m. At 6:17 a.m. when she woke up, it was gone. But the footage showed no one entering the room, no movement near the dresser. The bracelet had simply vanished between camera frames. Sarah convinced herself she must have moved it herself in a half-asleep state and forgotten. She doubled her efforts to find it, eventually discovering it behind the dresser, as if it had fallen and somehow slid beneath the heavy piece of furniture. She told herself it was a relief, just a simple explanation for a simple mystery. But then other things began to happen. Small items would move locations. She'd find kitchen cabinets open that she was certain she'd closed. One morning, she discovered all of Emma's stuffed animals arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of her bedroom floor, though she was sure they'd been on the bed when she tucked Emma in. When questioned, Emma always had the same response. It was the watching man. Sarah began to worry that Emma might be sleepwalking or experiencing some kind of dissociative episodes. She scheduled an appointment with a child psychologist, Dr. Landon, who specialized in trauma-related behaviors. During their first session, Dr. Landon spoke with Emma alone while Sarah waited anxiously in the reception area. When the psychologist emerged, her expression was thoughtful but not alarmed. "Emma's a very bright child," Dr. Landon explained. "She's articulate and seems well adjusted, all things considered. She did talk about this watching man, but I don't sense any immediate cause for concern. Children often create imaginary figures as a way to process complex emotions, especially after experiencing significant change or loss." "So you think it's related to her mother's incarceration?" Sarah asked. "Possibly, or simply her way of making sense of a world that sometimes feels beyond her control. I'd like to see her again next week, but for now, I wouldn't worry too much. Just continue providing stability and reassurance." Sarah felt moderately relieved, but something still nagged at her. That night she called the prison where her sister was being held, requesting a visit for the following weekend. It had been nearly 2 months since they'd last spoken in person, communication limited to occasional monitored phone calls. Saturday morning found Sarah and Emma driving the 90 minutes to Stillwater Correctional Facility. Emma was excited to see her mother, clutching a folder of drawings to show her. Sarah hadn't seen the contents and wondered if any featured the watching man. Melissa looked thinner than at their last visit, her once vibrant features now sharp and angular under the harsh fluorescent lights of the visitation room. After the initial embraces and Emma's excited chatter about school, Sarah asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Mel, did something happen in the house before you left? Something that might have scared Emma?" Melissa's expression shifted subtly. "What do you mean?" "She's been drawing this figure, a man with a screaming face. Says he watches her from my bedroom. Was there ever anyone who might have frightened her?" A long silence stretched between them, interrupted only by Emma's humming as she colored a new picture a few feet away. "There was someone," Melissa finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not in your house, in our old apartment. A boyfriend briefly. Ryan, he had issues, anger problems. He never hurt Emma physically, but he would stand in her doorway at night sometimes. I caught him once just watching her sleep. It was disturbing. I ended it immediately, but Emma saw us arguing. He was screaming in her face before I could get him out." She paused, tears welling in her eyes. "I never told you because I was ashamed. It was during that bad period, right before the arrest." "Did he have access to keys? Could he have followed you to my place?" Melissa shook her head firmly. "No, absolutely not. He didn't even know where you lived. And anyway, he's dead, Sarah. Overdosed about 1.5 years ago. I heard about it through a mutual friend." The drive home was quiet, Emma falling asleep in the backseat while Sarah's mind raced with questions. If Melissa's ex-boyfriend was dead, who was Emma seeing? Was it truly just a manifestation of trauma, her young mind projecting a frightening memory into her current safe space? When they arrived home, dusk was settling over the neighborhood. Sarah carried the sleeping Emma to her bedroom, carefully removing her shoes before tucking her under the covers. She stood watching her niece for a few moments, struck by how peaceful she looked in sleep, how innocent. Back in the living room, Sarah noticed Emma's folder of drawings on the coffee table. Curiosity overcame her, and she opened it to find about 12 pictures. Most were typical childhood scenes, flowers, animals, houses. But one caught her eye, a drawing of what was clearly meant to be their house, but with a shadowy figure standing at the window. The face was the same as in the original drawing, mouth open in that terrible scream. Sarah turned the paper over and froze. Written in awkward, childish handwriting were the words, "He knows about the cameras." A noise from her bedroom startled her, a soft thud as if something had fallen. Heart pounding, Sarah walked slowly down the hallway. The door to her room was ajar, though she was certain she'd left it closed. She pushed it open wider, fumbling for the light switch. The room appeared empty, everything in its place, but the clock camera she'd installed had been moved, now facing the wall. As she reached to adjust it, Sarah noticed something on her pillow, her mother's silver bracelet, which she was currently wearing on her wrist. She looked down, her wrist was bare. The security footage from that night revealed nothing conclusive. At 7:42 p.m., the camera in Sarah's room suddenly shifted position, as if knocked by an unseen force. The view changed from showing the entire room to just a blank wall. At that exact moment, the camera in Emma's room experienced a brief power fluctuation, the image cutting out for 3 seconds before resuming normally. Local police detective Marcus Reeves reviewed the footage the next day after Sarah made a report about a possible intruder. He walked through the house methodically, checking windows, doors, and potential entry points. He found nothing to suggest a break-in. "Ms. Keller, all your locks are intact, your security system hasn't recorded any breaches, and there are no signs of forced entry," he explained gently. "I understand you're concerned, especially with a child in the house, but there's no evidence anyone else has been here." "Then how do you explain the camera moving, the bracelet appearing on my pillow when it was on my wrist?" Detective Reeves hesitated. The camera could have been placed unstably and simply shifted. As for the bracelet, he paused. "Is it possible you removed it yourself and don't remember doing so? Stress can do strange things to memory." Sarah knew how it sounded. She was beginning to doubt herself, wondering if the detective was right. Perhaps anxiety over raising Emma, the responsibility of caring for her traumatized niece, was causing her to experience her own psychological issues. That night, after ensuring every door and window was locked, Sarah sat Emma down for a serious conversation. "Sweetheart, I need you to tell me the truth about the watching man. Is he real, or is he someone you imagine?" Emma looked at her aunt with solemn eyes. "He's real, but he's not bad, Auntie Sarah, he's sad." "Why is he sad, Emma?" "Because no one can see him but me, and because he can't find his way home." Does he talk to you now?" Emma nodded. "Sometimes. He told me his name is Patrick. He used to live here a long time ago, before we did." A quick online search later revealed that a Patrick Morrow had indeed owned the house before Sarah's parents purchased it 15 years earlier. According to county records, he had sold the property and moved to Arizona. Further searching found an obituary. Patrick Morrow, age 67, had died in Phoenix 3 years ago, around the same time Emma had come to live with Sarah. The coincidence was unsettling. Sarah had never mentioned the previous owner's name to Emma. There was no way the child could have known. The following morning, Sarah called Dr. Landon again, scheduling an emergency session. She didn't mention the Patrick Morrow discovery, wanting an unbiased professional assessment. After speaking with Emma alone for nearly an hour, Dr. Landon invited Sarah in to join them. "Emma has shared some interesting thoughts about her watching man," the psychologist said carefully. "I believe what we're seeing is a coping mechanism. Emma has experienced significant loss and change in her young life. The The watching man represents her fears of abandonment, but also her hope for protection. So you don't think, Sarah hesitated, feeling foolish, you don't think there's actually someone in our house? Dr. Landon smiled kindly. I think Emma is a child processing complex emotions through symbolism and imagination, which is perfectly normal. I'd recommend continuing our sessions weekly and perhaps considering family therapy so you both can work through this together. Life gradually returned to normal over the following weeks. The strange occurrences decreased, then stopped altogether. Emma mentioned the watching man less frequently, eventually not at all. Sarah began to relax, accepting Dr. Landon's explanation that Emma's improving mental health meant she no longer needed the psychological construct of the watching man. 6 months later, as Sarah was preparing to repaint Emma's bedroom, she found something tucked behind the dresser, a faded photograph that must have been there since before her parents owned the house. It showed a middle-aged man standing in the front yard, circa 1980s, judging by the clothing and film quality. The man was unremarkable in most ways, average height and build, with thinning hair and glasses. But his expression caught Sarah's attention. He wasn't smiling for the camera. Instead, his mouth was slightly open, his eyes wide, as if he'd been captured in a moment of shock or horror. With trembling hands, Sarah turned the photograph over. Written in faded ink on the back was a single name, Patrick. She never showed the photograph to Emma. She never mentioned Patrick Morrow again. The watching man became a fading memory, a strange chapter in their lives that gradually closed. But sometimes, late at night, Sarah would wake suddenly, certain she'd heard footsteps in the hallway. And in those moments, in the darkness of her bedroom, she would feel a presence, someone standing silently by her closet, watching with hollow eyes and a mouth forever frozen in a silent scream. Crime 9, the small town of Oakwood Grove, Pennsylvania, had always prided itself on being unremarkable. A place where families settled for generations, where the most exciting news typically involved the high school football team or the occasional dispute at town council meetings. Sarah Mercer had lived there her entire life, all 42 years of it, in the same Victorian house her grandparents had purchased in 1953. The house, with its creaking floorboards and temperamental plumbing, was both her comfort and her burden. It was early November 2017 when Sarah finally decided to address the draft that had plagued her living room for years. The stone fireplace, once the heart of the home, had fallen into disuse after she'd installed central heating. For over a decade, it had served merely as an architectural feature, housing only dust and the occasional adventurous spider. "You should have that chimney cleaned before you even think about using it again," Mike Havorson had told her. Mike, the local handyman who'd been maintaining the homes of Oakwood Grove for 30 years, knew every quirk of the old houses. Critters get in there, birds build nests, you never know what you might find. Sarah had nodded without commitment. The fireplace was the least of her concerns in a house that constantly demanded attention. But as the Pennsylvania autumn deepened and temperatures dropped, the idea of a crackling fire became increasingly appealing. On November 7th, she finally called Mike. 2 days later, he arrived with his equipment, prepared to clear years of obstruction from the neglected chimney. "This might take a while," he warned, setting up his tools. "When was the last time anyone looked at this?" Sarah shrugged. "Not since I was a kid, probably." Mike worked methodically, the scraping sounds of his tools echoing through the otherwise quiet house. Sarah had taken the day off from her job at the local library to supervise the cleaning, though she mostly sat at her kitchen table, catching up on paperwork. The heavy thud startled her. "What was that?" she called, setting down her coffee mug. Mike didn't answer immediately. When Sarah entered the living room, she found him kneeling before the fireplace, staring at something. "There was something wedged up there," he said, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "It fell when I was clearing the flue." On the hearth lay what appeared to be a backpack, or what remained of one. The once bright blue fabric had faded to a sickly gray, covered in soot and what looked like mildew. Parts of it had deteriorated completely, leaving gaping holes where the material had rotted away. "How long has that been up there?" Sarah whispered, though she didn't expect an answer. Mike shook his head slowly. "Years by the look of it." They both stared at the decaying backpack, neither making a move to touch it. There was something deeply unsettling about finding an object so obviously belonging to a child hidden away in the darkness of her chimney. "Should we open it?" Sarah finally asked. Mike hesitated. "Maybe we should call someone." "It's just an old backpack," Sarah reasoned, though uncertainty crept into her voice. "Probably some kid's prank from years ago." With reluctance, Mike carefully unzipped the main compartment. The zipper stuck in places, crunchy with age and grime. As it opened, a musty smell filled the room, the unmistakable scent of long-abandoned possessions. Inside were children's clothes, a small t-shirt with a faded superhero logo, a pair of jeans, socks bundled together. A cracked Game Boy, the screen obscured by dirt, lay nestled among the fabric, and at the bottom, partially protected by the clothing, was a folded piece of paper. Mike hesitated before touching it. "Go ahead," Sarah urged, kneeling beside him now. With careful fingers, he unfolded the paper. The message inside was written in red ink, the handwriting childish but deliberate. "If you find this, tell my mom I was real." Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air seeping through her windows. "What does that mean?" she whispered. Mike shook his head again, placing the note gently on the hearth. "I don't know, but I think we need to call the police." Officer Dennis Reeves arrived 40 minutes later. He was young, new to the force and to Oakwood Grove, and treated the discovery with a seriousness that Sarah found both reassuring and alarming. "No reports of missing children in Oakwood Grove that I know of," he said, carefully placing the backpack and its contents into evidence bags. "But I'll check the records going back a few decades. The Game Boy might help us narrow down the time frame." Sarah nodded, watching as each item disappeared into a labeled bag. "It's strange," she said. "I've lived here my whole life. This was my grandparents' house before mine. I don't remember any missing children cases." Officer Reeves glanced up at her. Sometimes cases don't make headlines, especially in small towns, and this could be from anywhere. Someone could have. He trailed off, clearly unwilling to speculate. "Could have what?" Sarah pressed. The officer sealed the last bag, the one containing the note. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll run some tests, see if we can find any identifying information." After Officer Reeves left, the house felt different to Sarah. Colder somehow, despite the heating system humming efficiently. She found herself staring at the fireplace, wondering how long the backpack had been lodged there and who had hidden it. That night she couldn't sleep. The child's handwriting kept appearing in her mind. If you find this, tell my mom I was real. The following day, Sarah called in sick to work and drove to the local historical society. If anyone would know about old missing persons cases in Oakwood Grove, it would be Alina Winters, the town's unofficial historian. Alina, a woman in her 70s with sharp eyes behind thicker glasses, listened intently to Sarah's story. "No missing children that I recall," she said, tapping her fingers against the desk. "But the note, that's peculiar. Tell my mom I was real," as if someone had denied the child's existence. Sarah nodded. "That's what bothered me too." Alina's eyes narrowed slightly. "You know, there was a family that lived in your house before your grandparents, the Conrads, I believe. They moved away rather suddenly in the early 1950s. I was just a girl then, but I remember there was talk." "What kind of talk?" "The kind that stops when children enter the room," Alina said. "But I had the impression it had something to do with their daughter. She was sickly, as I recall, kept home most of the time." Sarah leaned forward. "Do you remember her name?" Alina closed her eyes briefly. "Lucy, I think. Yes, Lucy Conrad." That afternoon, Sarah received a call from Officer Reeves. "We've examined the items," he said. "The Game Boy is a model from the early 1990s. The clothes are consistent with that era as well." Sarah frowned. The 1990s. But the family that Alina mentioned lived in the house in the 1950s. "What family?" Sarah quickly explained what she'd learned from Alina. "Interesting," Officer Reeves said, "but it doesn't match our timeline. The backpack and its contents are much more recent. We're checking missing persons reports from the surrounding counties, focusing on the 1990s. The inconsistency bothered Sarah. If the backpack was from the 1990s, how did it relate to the Conrads who had left in the 1950s, and why had it been hidden in her chimney? 2 days later, Officer Reeves called again. "We found something," he said, his voice tense. "A missing persons report from 1994. A boy named Jason Miller, age 8, disappeared from a neighboring county. Never found. The description of his belongings matches some of the items in the backpack." Sarah's heart raced. Did they suspect foul play? "The report doesn't say much. It was as if he vanished into thin air. His mother insisted he'd been taken, but there were no witnesses, no evidence." Sarah thought about the note, "Tell my mom I was real." "There's one more thing," Officer Reeves continued. "We showed the note to Jason's mother. She's still alive, living in a care facility about 40 miles from here. She broke down when she saw the handwriting, said it looked just like her son's." A heavy silence followed. "But here's where it gets strange," the officer finally continued. "We found old school records with samples of Jason's handwriting. It's similar, but not identical to the note from the backpack. Close enough that his mother would recognize it, but different enough that our analyst has doubts." "What does that mean?" Sarah asked. "It could mean several things. Someone could have been imitating his handwriting, or Jason's mother was right all along. There were rumors at the time, never substantiated, that she had mental health issues. Some people thought, some thought Jason might not have existed at all." The words hit Sarah like a physical blow. "Not existed, but there were school records, you said." "Yes, but they're incomplete. And there were inconsistencies in accounts from neighbors, teachers. Some recalled him clearly, Others had no memory of the boy at all. That night, Sarah dreamed of a child standing before her fireplace, placing a backpack deep inside the chimney, then turning to look at her with sad eyes before fading away. She woke suddenly, heart pounding. Without turning on the lights, she went downstairs to the living room and sat before the fireplace. In the darkness, she could almost imagine she saw something moving in the shadows cast by moonlight through the windows. "Were you real, Jason?" she whispered to the empty hearth. The investigation continued over the following weeks, but yielded little concrete information. DNA testing of the items proved inconclusive due to degradation and contamination. The case of Jason Miller remained as mysterious as it had been in 1994. Sarah found herself becoming obsessed with the mystery. She visited Jason's mother, Margaret Miller, at the care facility. The elderly woman, her mind clouded by dementia, had moments of perfect clarity when speaking about her son. "They all said I imagined him," Margaret told Sarah, clutching a faded photograph of a young boy with a serious expression. "My husband, the doctors, even some of my friends, they said the medication I was taking made me create a child who wasn't there. But Jason was real. He was my boy." Sarah studied the photograph. The resemblance to the school records Officer Reeves had shown her was unmistakable. But if Jason was real, how had his backpack ended up in her chimney? And why had some people in his life seemingly no memory of him? As winter deepened in Oakwood Grove, the case gradually faded from local interest. Officer Reeves was assigned to other matters, though he promised to keep the file open. Sarah alone remained fixated on the mystery. She began researching cases of missing children throughout Pennsylvania's history, looking for patterns, for anything that might explain the backpack in her chimney and the note with its haunting message. One evening, as snow fell outside her windows, Sarah discovered a small news article from 1953 about the Conrad family's departure from Oakwood Grove. It mentioned in passing that their daughter Lucy had tragically passed shortly before they moved. There were no details about the cause of death or any funeral arrangements. On an impulse, Sarah called Eleanor Winters. "Did Lucy Conrad die?" she asked without preamble when Eleanor answered. There was a pause on the line. "That's what we were told," Eleanor finally said. "Though now that I think about it, I don't recall a funeral. Just whispers among the adults that she was gone, and then the family moved away almost immediately." "Do you think," Sarah hesitated, "do you think it's possible she didn't die, that something else happened?" Eleanor's voice grew quieter. "There were rumors, Sarah, things people didn't speak about openly in those days. Some said Mrs. Conrad had problems, that she wasn't well mentally." The parallel to Jason Miller's mother sent a chill through Sarah. Over the following months, Sarah pieced together fragments of two stories separated by 4 decades. Lucy Conrad in the 1950s and Jason Miller in the 1990s. 2 children whose existence had been questioned. 2 mothers labeled as mentally unstable. And somehow both stories led back to her house. The breakthrough came unexpectedly in the form of a library book returned after being lost for years. Sarah, back at work now, was processing the returned item when she noticed the name on the checkout card, Jason Miller. The book, a collection of ghost stories for children, had been due back in October 1994, the month Jason disappeared. Inside the back cover, barely visible, was a child's drawing. A house that looked remarkably like Sarah's, with a figure looking out from an upstairs window. That night, Sarah sat in her living room, the book open on her lap, staring at the chimney where the backpack had been found. "Were you both real?" she whispered to the empty room. "Lucy, Jason, did you both hide here?" No answer came, of course, just the settling sounds of the old house and the distant howl of winter wind. In the spring of 2018, Margaret Miller passed away peacefully in her sleep. At the memorial service, attended by only a handful of people, Sarah met a distant cousin of the Millers who had brought a box of family photographs. "I thought you might like to see these," the woman said, handing Sarah an envelope, "since you took such an interest in Jason's case." Inside were school photographs, holiday snapshots, birthday celebrations, all featuring the serious-faced boy Sarah recognized from Margaret's photograph. Evidence of a life lived, evidence that Jason Miller had been real. As Sarah drove home from the memorial service, a thought occurred to her that she couldn't shake. What if both children had been real but somehow forgotten? What if there was something about her house, about Oakwood Grove itself, that allowed children to slip through the cracks of memory and record? She never found definitive answers. The backpack remained in police evidence storage. The note, "If you find this, tell my mom I was real," continued to haunt her thoughts. Sarah never used the fireplace. She couldn't bring herself to light a fire in the space where a child had once hidden their most precious possessions, along with a play to be remembered. Sometimes on quiet nights, she would sit in the living room with the lights off, watching the empty hearth, wondering if somewhere in the shadows of her house, the truth about Lucy Conrad and Jason Miller was still waiting to be discovered. And occasionally, though she told no one this, she would leave a small toy or a piece of candy by the fireplace, offerings to children who may have only wanted someone to acknowledge that they had existed at all. Story 10. The new homeowners perceived it as a mere peculiarity, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night, a relic from a bygone era, reconfigured but long abandoned. Then one fateful night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing close behind, softly uttered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor stood nestled amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade concealing the modernized interior within. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly modest price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the initial walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature linking all rooms, had captivated the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, the gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had indicated a possible break-in, but a subtle undertone in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, tall and pale, greeted her at the door, leading Detective Reeves through the imposing foyer. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted as they traversed the elegant halls. "Initially just static, then whispers, eventually complete sentences. My wife thought I was imagining it until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, hands wrapped around a steaming mug left untouched. "We found something hidden behind the wall," she disclosed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he removed the drywall, her voice wavered. Concealed behind the wall, enshrouded in deteriorating plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately unfurling its fragile pages. The script, both graceful and frenzied, belonged to a woman named Alina, the presumed previous owner. The entries chronicled her escalating suspicion that her husband Vincent harbored sinister intentions towards her. The final entry dated 30 years back, Daniel elucidated. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned they bought it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house. Records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina purportedly departed. No divorce proceedings, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to meticulously scour the property. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators breached the aged concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic examination confirmed the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, displaying signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band discovered among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly solidified. Now elderly, residing in a care facility, his faculties sharp enough to comprehend the charges levied against him. Faced with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her prattling," Vincent intoned, his voice chillingly serene. "Always babbling through that infernal intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, yet she rewired it herself. Insisted on being able to reach me at all times wherever I was in the house." His gaze vacant, he added, "I simply craved silence." In his confession, Vincent detailed how he meticulously wove the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even dispatching postcards to neighbors from diverse locations, inscribed in forged penmanship. For years he dwelled in the house, treading daily over the concrete concealing his deceased wife. The trial proved concise, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge remarked on the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long web of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually divested the house, unable to linger after uncovering its somber past. Before departing, they held a solemn remembrance for Alina in the garden, now revitalized post the investigation. The intercom system was eradicated during subsequent renovations by the new owners. Workers recounted hearing static and whispers during the removal process, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one final time before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself seemed to transcend time to unveil its hidden truth. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, courtesy of Alina finding a means to make her voice heard. The case earned the moniker "the house that answered back" amongst local law enforcement. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would decelerate, window slightly ajar, attuned to whispers carried on the wind. Story 11. In the stillness of the morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box, as if reluctant to reveal its origins. Sarah hesitated, her intuition warning her of the unknown, but curiosity, that persistent whisper in the mind, nudged her to unravel the mystery within. With gentle hands, she peeled back the tape, expecting mundane contents nestled inside. Instead, a lone VHS tape and a cryptic note awaited her curious gaze. "Watch alone," the message urged, written with urgency that seeped through the ink strokes. The weight of the black plastic cassette felt heavy in Sarah's hands, as if laden with secrets too profound to comprehend. Her fingertips traced the weathered edges, feeling the pulse of a story waiting to be told. Outside, the suburban landscape carried on its ordinary melody the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children playing, the rhythmic drone of a lawnmower weaving through the air. Unaware of the enigma that had silently crossed her threshold, Sarah carried the package into her home, setting it delicately on the kitchen counter. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance in Sarah's world. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long bid farewell to the house, leaving behind memories etched in the walls. As she glanced at her dusty VCR, a relic of nostalgia, a sense of foreboding crept into her thoughts. Against the backdrop of uncertainty, Sarah succumbed to the allure of the tape, a portal to the unknown, a whisper of a stranger's truth. The screen flickered to life with static, gradually coalescing into a dimly lit room. A figure, shrouded in shadows, sat before the camera, his voice a solemn echo in the stillness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," he began, each word laden with an unseen burden. "If you're watching this, they have found you, and they will find me as well." His confession unfolded, revealing a tale of innocence shrouded in deception, of a life upended by false accusations. Detective Eliza Ramirez, ensnared in the web of Daniel Whitaker's cryptic messages, delved into the heart of the mystery. The tapes, each a fragment of truth veiled in shadows, hinted at a sinister plot lurking beneath the surface. As she unraveled the threads of deceit, a new narrative emerged, one of corporate malfeasance, of whistleblowers silenced, of truths buried deep within the corridors of power. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Sarah received a second package, a trove of damning evidence against a pharmaceutical giant. The shadows of conspiracy loomed large, casting doubt on the integrity of those in power. With each revelation, the truth edged closer to the light, illuminating the path to justice obscured by lies. In a secluded storage unit, the final chapter of the saga unfolded. Daniel Whitaker's journal, the key to unraveling the conspiracy, lay bare the machinations of those who sought to silence the voice of truth. With unwavering resolve, Detective Ramirez confronted the perpetrators, unmasking the culprits behind the veil of deception. As the dust settled, justice prevailed not in the grandeur of a courtroom spectacle, but in the quiet resolve of those who refused to be silenced. The wrongs were righted, the guilty held to account, and the echoes of truth reverberated through the corridors of power. In a moment of quiet reflection, Sarah and Daniel stood on her porch, their eyes meeting in silent acknowledgement of the journey they had undertaken. "Why me?" Sarah ventured, seeking answers in the enigma that had woven their fates together. Daniel's gaze held a glimmer of resignation, a testament to the complexities of fate. "The algorithm chose you," he replied, a whisper carried on the wind of uncertainty. In a world where truth is a rare commodity, sometimes it takes a stranger's hand to unveil the hidden tapestry of lies. And so the VHS tapes, the harbingers of truth in a world veiled in shadows, stood as testaments to the resilience of those who dared to seek the unknown, to unravel the mysteries that lay dormant in the recesses of the human heart. In the silence of the night, as the world drifted into dreams, the whispers of justice lingered, a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths arrive in the guise of unexpected packages, waiting to be unwrapped by those brave enough to embrace the unknown. Story 12, the old apartment exuded an air of mystique, its aging heating system groaning and pipes rattling in a symphony of forgotten whispers. She had grown accustomed to these sounds, dismissing them as mere echoes of the building's history, until one fateful night when a voice, barely audible yet undeniably clear, drifted through the vents like a ghostly caress. It wasn't the usual background noise of daily life. It was a beckoning whisper, calling her name from the shadows of the walls. Her heart quickened as she pressed her ear against the rusted grate, feeling a chill breeze brush past her skin, carrying with it a soft, almost playful declaration. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the silence of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the vent cover that had been forcibly removed. The scene was a tableau of mystery, with the forensics team moving with precision, capturing every detail with their cameras. Alina Reeves, the missing victim, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions that now haunted the empty rooms. Officer Patel recited the chilling details from his notepad, recounting Alina's desperate attempts to seek help for the voices she claimed to hear through the vents. The building management had dismissed her pleas, attributing them to the building's aging infrastructure. As Shaw knelt beside the vent, tracing the deep scratch marks left by frantic fingers, a sense of unease settled over her. The apartment bore witness to Alina's growing paranoia in the days leading up to her disappearance. Her life, once vibrant and full of warmth, now painted a picture of fear and isolation. The clues within the apartment painted a harrowing portrait of a woman tormented by invisible forces. Fibers from her favorite cardigan caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover. Each piece of evidence whispered of a sinister presence lurking within the walls. Listening to the haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone, Shaw felt a shiver run down her spine. The voice on the recordings, faint and chilling, seemed to weave a web of darkness around the tragic events that had unfolded within the apartment's walls. Delving into the building's history revealed a pattern of tenants fleeing in fear, tales of strange noises and hallucinations echoing through the years. The enigmatic building superintendent, Harold Weber, emerged as a key figure in the unfolding mystery, his calm facade masking a deeper connection to the horrors within. A hidden passage discovered in Alina's bathroom unveiled a chilling secret, the presence of a voyeur living within the walls, watching, waiting, whispering. Shaw's instincts led her to Weber's meticulously organized files, each one a testament to his twisted obsession with those he had watched from the shadows. The arrest of Weber brought a semblance of closure, but the scars left by his actions ran deep. The families of previous tenants came forward, sharing their own tales of unease and loss, painting a grim picture of lives touched by a malevolent force hidden within the very structure of the building. As the trial unfolded, Shaw bore witness to Weber's chilling resolve, his delusions of a symbiotic bond with the building laid bare for all to see. Despite his conviction, a lingering sense of unease hung over the apartment building, its walls whispering tales of past traumas that refused to be forgotten. Now the once vacant building stands as a silent sentinel, its walls holding secrets that no amount of renovation can erase. Residents come and go, haunted by the echoes of whispers in the night, the groaning of the heating system, and the rattling pipes, an eternal reminder of the darkness that lurks within the shadows of the past. Story 13. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, same spot, same brew, same tranquility. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he vanished. When the authorities inspected his usual haunt, they stumbled upon a wallet left behind. Inside, a driver's license revealed a face but withheld a name, an address a void where his identity belonged. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found something inexplicable. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the case records, appeared ordinary on screen. Average height, unassuming features, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag in tow. His unremarkable facade made his disappearance all the more eerie. Mercer leaned against the cold metal table, studying the footage once more. The tape showed John entering the cafe during the bustling morning rush, ordering his usual black coffee sans sugar, and settling at a secluded table behind a leafy plant. He sat, pulled out a notebook, and began to write. Occasionally he'd sip his coffee, gazing out the window. Then the pivotal moment arrived. He placed his wallet down, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned. He never exited through any door, vanished into thin air. Replay it, Mercer requested the tech specialist. He never visited the restroom, the specialist remarked. We've scrutinized every camera angle. It's as if he evaporated. Back at the precinct, Mercer spread the wallet's contents on her desk. The license's photo matched the enigmatic man, but the personal details were absent. Blank spaces stared back. Credit cards bore no names, only strings of numbers leading to nowhere when traced. Neatly stacked cash, a receipt from the CAF dated 3 days prior, and a lone business card void on both sides except for a faint gray number. Dialing it, Mercer heard rustling paper before the call abruptly ended. Barista, who had served John for years, offered little insight. He kept to himself, quiet, courteous, tipped generously, perhaps an accent, but his voice was a whisper. Did he interact with anyone here? Mercer inquired. Never, always alone, always scribbling in that notebook. The notebook lay open on the table beside the forsaken wallet, filled with what seemed like coded text. Cryptographers struggled to decipher its contents. Sketches of unfamiliar buildings adorned some pages. Mercer dispatched officers with John Doe's images, yet no one recognized him. No missing persons report matched his description. His fingerprints eluded databases, a ghost confined to the CAF's walls. Delving deeper, Mercer noted a peculiarity in the security footage. Each morning as John entered, the camera's timestamp flickered momentarily. The specialist dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer remained dubious. Returning to the CAF, she occupied his table. From there she could observe the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms, framed by an antique mirror etched with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Questioning the owner, Mercer learned the mirror had never been moved. Approaching it, she noticed her reflection had an uncanny depth. Touching its surface, she felt an unexpected warmth. Forensics uncovered a hidden compartment behind the mirror, housing identical wallets with blank details and a journal inscribed with entries mirroring the notebook's enigmatic script. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The opportunity dwindles." Fingerprints within the hideaway matched John Doe's. Dating the earliest wallet to 50 years past revealed the same unaged visage. Journal entries hinted at experiments on temporal displacement and identity transference, referencing crossing back and window points. One passage stood out. The CAF serves as a nexus, a realm where realities merge. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment aligns, traverse becomes feasible. Odd occurrences plagued the CAF as the investigation unfolded. Customers reported eerie reflections moving independently. Some claimed to glimpse John Doe seated at his table, though cameras showed emptiness. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, contacted the station. A former physicist, she recognized John Doe as Daniel Weston, a brilliant scientist who vanished during quantum mirror experiment surfaces bridging parallel realities. Weston, presumed dead, had theorized about realities' multiple layers and identified locations as portals between them. Keller shared documents confirming Weston's disappearance aligned with the journal's inception. The CAF, Mercer discovered, stood on the site of Weston's former research facility, where he disappeared. The case climaxed when Mercer, alone late one night, spotted a revelation in the footage, a reflection of John Doe, observing his table-bound self in the mirror, two incarnations coexisting. Rushing to the CAF, Mercer found the mirror shattered, a note amidst the shards. The experiment concludes. The passage closes, do not pursue. The case of the Phantom Man remained unsolved. The CAF shuddered post-investigation, the building razed. Weston's body was never recovered. His records vanished mysteriously. Mercer retired, occasionally seen writing feverishly on her porch, a mirror fragment hanging nearby, its surface rippling in solitude. Story 14. In the dimly lit attic, hidden beneath a dusty, tattered blanket, a discovery awaited. It wasn't an ordinary find, but a porcelain doll, its delicate features hinting at a forgotten past. The doll's blue eyes, frozen in a perpetual gaze, seemed to hold secrets unknown to the young couple, Sarah and Michael, who stumbled upon it. Initially dismissing the doll as just another relic of the past, Sarah and Michael couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that settled over them that night. The air in the house felt heavier, and an eerie silence lingered, unsettling their usual sense of calm. The next morning, a chilling realization dawned upon them. The doll was no longer in the attic where they had left it. Instead, it was perched ominously at the foot of their bed, its presence sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael were no strangers to the whispers surrounding their Victorian house, purchased at auction for its ornate beauty and enigmatic allure. Little did they know that the history woven into the walls held a darkness that would soon entangle them in its web. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom unveiled a macabre display. The female victim posed unnaturally, her eyes wide with fear, while the male victim seemed to have met a desperate end in the hallway, as if fleeing from an unseen terror. As Detective Winters meticulously examined the crime scene, a sense of foreboding crept over her. The precision of the victims' positions hinted at a sinister intention, almost as if they were mere puppets in a malevolent puppeteer's hands. The investigation unfolded with a series of eerie accounts from neighbors, each adding a layer of disquiet to the already perplexing case. Whispers of shadows dancing behind curtains and phantom laughter echoing through the empty house painted a disturbing picture of the dwelling's haunted past. Forensic analysis revealed traces of vintage fabrics throughout the house, reminiscent of materials used in antique doll clothing. The absence of any tangible evidence of an intruder only deepened the mystery, leaving investigators baffled by the lack of a physical presence behind the heinous acts. Delving into the property's history unearthed a chilling pattern. Previous owners had met tragic ends under inexplicable circumstances, their deaths shrouded in unresolved enigmas. A newspaper clipping hinted at a doll maker who had once resided in the house, his final creation a doll resembling his deceased daughter, casting a shadow of dread over the unfolding events. The key breakthrough in the case came when old photographs revealed a startling connection between the dollmaker's creations and the porcelain doll found by Sarah and Michael. The images depicted the doll in varying poses, almost as if it held a life of its own, moving between frames with an unsettling fluidity. Infrared scans unveiled a haunting trail of tiny handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, accompanied by a mysterious residue that defied classification. The revelation of the dollmaker's dark practices, whispered secrets of binding spirits to objects, added a chilling layer to the already disturbing narrative. Despite tireless efforts, the case reached a dead end, the truth veiled in a cloak of mystery that defied rational explanation. Detective Winters, haunted by the unsolved puzzle, chose to retain the porcelain doll as a grim memento, unaware of the sinister force lurking within its delicate features. The subsequent disappearance of both the doll and the detective from the secure confines of the police station baffled authorities, leaving a void where answers should have been. The house, tainted by its tragic history, changed hands once more, its attic silent and empty, save for a solitary tattered blanket nestled in a forgotten corner. The tale of Sarah and Michael, like those before them, faded into the annals of unsolved mysteries, a ghostly whisper in the corridors of time. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of the unexplained, retired into the shadows, carrying with her a haunting photograph that held the key to a truth best left undisturbed. And as the new owners chose to leave the attic undisturbed, a somber tranquility settled over the house. Yet on nights cloaked in stillness, whispers would drift through the neighborhood, a faint echo of a child's laughter, a fleeting glimpse of a spectral shadow dancing behind the attic window, a reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 15: The Realtor's Secret. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue to its existence. Yet hidden beneath the old carpet in the family's new home, a door waited, its heavy handle rusted with age. It took the combined effort of 3 family members to pry it open, revealing a stairway leading down into darkness. The air that greeted them was stale, thick with the scent of damp earth. Expecting to find a storage space, the family instead discovered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows on the wall adorned with a series of photographs of themselves. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during a cold winter, drawn to its character and history. Little did they know the depth of history the house held and the chilling way it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's frantic call had described what lay hidden beneath their living room floor. Connors directed the team to document everything in the basement before further exploration. The basement was small, with concrete walls painted gray, and a single chair anchored in the center beneath the harsh light. But it was the wall of photographs that seized their attention, images of the Mercers in their most intimate moments, arranged meticulously in chronological order. As the investigation unfolded, it revealed no signs of forced entry or theft, only a profound invasion of privacy. Fingerprints of previous owners lingered in the basement, hinting at a disturbing pattern of short-lived occupants and undisclosed secrets. Interviews with past owners unveiled a puzzling history of the property, with blueprints altered, permits withdrawn, and inspection reports redacted. The key to unlocking the mystery came from a contractor who had renovated the house years ago, adamantly denying the existence of the hidden basement and door. Digital forensics uncovered a trove of images and audio recordings, capturing the lives of multiple families who had resided in the house. The discovery of a hidden monitoring station, equipped with cameras and a journal penned by the long-deceased builder Edward Kelvin, shed light on the extent of the surveillance network. Kelvin's delusional fixation on the families as his subjects led to a chilling revelation: he had never left the house, instead retreating into its walls to observe, record, and document their lives. The families, unaware of being watched, were merely players in Kelvin's distorted reality. After a 3-day manhunt, Kelvin was found hidden within the walls, his mind detached from the world outside. His conviction shed light on the house's sinister design, built to facilitate his voyeuristic tendencies. The families, including the Mercers, fled the house, leaving behind a haunting legacy of violated privacy. As the property was demolished and the ground filled, the families remained haunted by the unseen eyes that had watched them. They couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, questioning if they had ever been truly alone in the house they once called home. The memories of hidden passages and secret surveillance lingered, a reminder of the unsettling truth lurking behind the walls. Story 16: The Enigmatic Dollhouse. She always avoided venturing into the attic, finding it a place of eerie discomfort. However, when a fierce storm led to a leak in the roof, she had no option but to confront the neglected space. The attic greeted her with a sight of forgotten items cloaked in dust and entangled in cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, in the most secluded corner, sat an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, with its minuscule furniture placed with meticulous precision. Yet as she gazed into its tiny rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures within were not mere dolls, but delicate, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each miniature figure was positioned exactly as their real-life counterparts had been downstairs, with one unsettling exception. The figure meant to represent her own self stood by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the miniature roof of the dollhouse, tracing the spot where the tiny wooden figure of herself stood sentinel. A shiver ran down her spine, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the attic's rafters. The presence of the dollhouse was inexplicable. This was not her childhood home, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to make a frantic call to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Law enforcement officers responded to the suburban residence, finding a family in distress, huddled in the living room, reluctant to venture back upstairs. Initially, Detective Sarah Harmon dismissed their concerns as a prank or a figment of their imagination in a new environment. However, the intricate details of the dollhouse figures intrigued her. Each tiny replica captured unique features of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The investigation took a sinister turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match those of the family. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Reviewing the Morgan family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the figures within the dollhouse mirrored not just one evening, but various days, implying a prolonged period of observation to learn their routines. "We realized this was beyond mere stalking," explained Detective Harmon. "The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was unprecedented in criminal psychology. The discovery of a concealed basement entrance behind a pantry wall led investigators to a makeshift living space where evidence suggested someone had been residing even before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag indicated a covert presence beneath the family's feet for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators, as property records revealed the house had been vacant for almost a year before the Morgans arrived. Interviews with neighbors provided little insight, except for a mention of occasional lights observed during the home's unoccupied period. The breakthrough in the case came through digital forensics, tracing the surveillance data to an apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants, along with journal entries detailing their daily routines, painted a disturbing picture. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners, who had spiraled into debt after his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house, he had covertly resided there, surveilling tenants through a network of dollhouses representing various homes in the area. The dollhouse served as his control hub, symbolizing his possessive grip on both the property and its inhabitants. Martin's psychological evaluation unveiled a delusional obsession rooted in his inability to accept the loss of his childhood home. As Martin Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, and unlawful surveillance, the judge highlighted the profound violation of the Morgan family's security and autonomy. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws and agent responsibilities to prevent such intrusions. Despite the closure of the case, the lingering impact on Rebecca and her family persisted, with feelings of being watched and a relentless vigilance against unseen threats. The enigma of the dollhouse and its creator, Martin Wells, serve as a stark reminder of the thin veil between reality and the shadows that lurk within familiar spaces. The tale of the miniature figures, meticulously positioned to mirror lives, stands as a haunting testament to the lengths some may go to maintain control in a world where the line between observer and observed blurs into a chilling nightmare. As Rebecca and her family found solace in a new home far from the haunting memories, the specter of the dollhouse lingered, a reminder of the insidious gaze that once fixated upon them, turning their lives into a macabre plaything in the hands of an unseen puppeteer. Story 17. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the attic, a relic left behind by the house's former inhabitants. Among the dust and debris were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and togetherness, birthdays, family gatherings, snapshots of a bygone era, harmless scenes that stirred nostalgia. Yet, as she reached the final photograph, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. The image depicted her very own living room, familiar in every detail: the couch, the curtains, all unchanged. But the family portrayed was not hers, and in the background, barely discernible in the dimness, stood a figure in the hallway, a silent observer. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the photo. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the picture to tremble. The family in the frame, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and two children beamed at the camera, unaware of the lurking presence overshadowing their happiness. Frozen in time, their smiles masked the lurking danger just behind. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her, suffocating her with its emptiness. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she gazed at it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The resemblance between her home and the scene before her was undeniable: the archway, the molding, the bay window, yet these people remained strangers. The arrival of Detective Morgan, clad in a worn leather jacket, marked the beginning of a quiet investigation. With eyes that missed nothing, he examined the photograph methodically, tracing the edges with a gloved finger before turning it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know about the Nelsons who sold you this house?" His voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed, "Almost nothing. They had already moved out when I bought it." Nodding, Morgan requested to take the photo, hinting at the possibility of identifying the enigmatic family captured in the frame. Delving into the past, Rebecca uncovered the trail of previous owners: Nelsons, Crawfords, Mornos, each preceding the other in a mysterious pattern of fleeting residency. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when a former mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the Sutherlands, who had vanished without a trace years ago. Forensic analysis dated the photograph back 15 years, revealing peculiarities that hinted at a staged scene. But the looming question remained: who was the shadowy figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the mysterious presence: a tall male figure cloaked in darkness, his identity concealed. Detective Morgan's investigation unearthed a disturbing pattern of families disappearing after precisely 1 year of inhabiting the house. Rebecca, only 4 months into her stay, found herself entangled in a web of inexplicable vanishings. As the search delved deeper into the house's history, it led to the construction phase overseen by a vanished architect, Samuel Whitfield. A chilling revelation surfaced when a digitally aged photograph of Whitfield bore an eerie resemblance to the figure in the Polaroid. Despite reports of Whitfield's demise in a construction mishap, the evidence suggested otherwise. The basement became the epicenter of the inquiry, where radar scans exposed anomalies beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through, they unearthed a chilling sight: preserved remains of all the missing families, including the Sutherlands. Among their belongings lay a camera that had captured the haunting images, along with a journal detailing meticulous observations of the occupants. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at a sinister agenda. Rebecca, relocated to a secure hotel, found herself haunted by a late-night call, a breath on the line, a click, the whir of a camera. The mystery of Samuel Whitfield and the chilling history of the house remained unresolved, shrouded in darkness and unanswered questions. The house stood silent, a monument to its secrets, while new families elsewhere unknowingly became targets of an unseen watcher. The quest for truth had only just begun, its seekers now the subjects of an ever-watchful gaze. Story 18. The worn plank shifted under her weight, a subtle movement that caught her attention. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor, once solid, now whispered secrets of a concealed space. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, mysterious chamber beneath her new abode. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes emerged from the shadows. A mattress, a chair. And nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook, its pages filled with a haunting repetition of a single name, her own. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the turmoil in her gaze as she peered into the darkness below. Beyond the mere discovery of a hidden room, Sarah's eyes reflected a deeper fear of violation of her sanctuary, an unwelcome intrusion of malevolence into what should have been a fresh beginning. Touch nothing, Detective Reed's voice was steady, a beacon of calm in the eerie stillness. She clicked on her flashlight, casting a beam that unveiled more of the clandestine space. Walls adorned with surveillance photographs, capturing Sarah's every move coming and going, conversing with friends, a shrine of obsession meticulously preserved beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of a reclusive man named Walter Green, who had departed this world with no kin to mourn him. The property, vacant for months, had beckoned to her with promises of charm and minor renovations. No hint of the hidden secrets lurking beneath had surfaced during inspections or negotiations. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. Neighbors claimed he was a recluse. "I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. It was in the inspection report." As crime scene investigators descended upon the scene, their tools clattering against the wooden floor, they meticulously documented every detail, extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook from the covert chamber. Forensic analysis unveiled a plethora of fingerprints, all belonging to the late Walter Green. Yet what sent shivers down the spines of the investigators was the timeline they pieced together. Walter had been surveilling Sarah for years before his demise, blending into her world unnoticed, a silent observer of her every move. The vexation was intensifying. The department psychologist's words lingered in the air during a somber briefing. From fantasy to preparation, the hidden room suggests a sinister intent, a plan taking form. Detective Reed's inquiries led her to a former coworker of Walter's, a man uneasy, toying with his wedding band as he spoke. Walter mentioned her sometimes, he confessed. Said she reminded him of someone. "I thought it was harmless, the ramblings of an old man with a crush." "I never imagined." His voice trailed off into silence, haunted by memories he dared not voice. A search of Walter's untouched workplace locker revealed a key that unlocked a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door rolled open with a grating protest, revealing a chilling sight. a replica of Sarah's former life, meticulously recreated within the confines of the unit, her furniture, her belongings, a mannequin mimicking her presence at a desk. The calendar marked a date that loomed ominously close, a date circled in red ink with a single word etched across it: together. Walter's troubling past surfaced a history of institutionalization stemming from an obsession with a teacher, a diagnosis of erotomania, a delusion of love unreciprocated. Decades of quiet existence shattered by a chance encounter with Sarah, reigniting dormant obsessions, setting a sinister plan in motion. Photos of the crime scene scattered across the table, Reed's voice somber as she pieced together the tragic narrative. In his mind, they were destined to be together. He died believing in a connection that never existed. As Sarah bid farewell to the tainted dwelling, opting for a fresh start far from the shadows of her past, she couldn't shake the chilling what-ifs that haunted her. The house was sold, the hidden rooms sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life marched on, oblivious to the darkness that had once lurked beneath the floorboards. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the hidden chamber beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that linger, of monsters that fade before justice can grasp them, and of the fragile line that separates the living from the lost. Story 19. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth and serene, reflecting the early light like a liquid mirror. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, nearly overlooked the peculiar sight of a lone suitcase bobbing gently near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than a discarded heap of old garments, abandoned by the water's edge. But as he approached, a noxious odor assaulted his senses, thick, oppressive, impossible to ignore. The case was encased in chains, its once shiny edges now corroded by the elements. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not with fabric but with the chilling sight of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the bottom a cryptic message awaited: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a handkerchief pressed to her nose as she surveyed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay there, her dark hair tangled and her pallid skin marred by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked meticulously, documenting every detail with precision before the body was solemnly taken away. What struck Mercer most was not the brutality of the crime, but the eerie care with which the victim had been presented: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in expensive attire. "She wasn't murdered here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy bank. She was arranged, deliberately showcased. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling luxury properties, lived a solitary life in an upscale neighborhood. Divorced, childless, she was described by her colleagues as ambitious, meticulous, and fiercely private. Her disappearance had been noted by her assistant, who insisted she would never miss a crucial appointment that could have secured her largest commission to date. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously maintained modernist home, they encountered a pristine environment where everything was meticulously in place. Designer furniture exquisitely arranged, surfaces devoid of any hint of dust, and a refrigerator stocked with neatly labeled meals for each day. However, a discrepancy caught their attention in her home office, a slightly open drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. "He's watching again." The same car, different plates. Further exploration into Walsh's digital footprint uncovered a series of unsettling emails from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous message, "I see your perfection." Sent at identical times on various days, these messages hinted at a disturbing obsession with the victim. Her online activity revealed searches for home security systems and self-defense tools, painting a picture of a woman living in fear. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, connecting the dots between the meticulously staged crime scene and Walsh's haunting journal entry. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This was not a crime of passion, but a carefully orchestrated ritual." A crucial breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the pawned items. The culprit turned out to be Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage captured Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, at times with his maintenance cart, at others without, always when she was away showcasing properties. Upon searching Linden's humble abode, detectives unearthed a chilling collection of photographs, images of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all taken without their knowledge. Some photos were ominously marked with red crosses. Walsh was merely one of his victims. Hidden behind a false wall in his closet lay a shrine dedicated to each woman, containing personal items and detailed notes on their daily lives. The interrogation room turned icy as Linden was brought in for questioning. Despite his unassuming demeanor, he remained eerily composed when confronted with the evidence. "They were flawed," he finally admitted in a monotone voice. "They pretended at perfection, but I saw their imperfections. Catherine, for instance, left her desk drawer in disarray. She missed a spot when applying her lipstick. Her perfection was a facade." The search for the other victims mentioned in Linden's cryptic note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each concealing a woman resembling Walsh. Both real estate agents fixated on projecting an image of flawless precision. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, his gaze vacant as the prosecution outlined his meticulous and twisted methodology. He had stalked his victims, intruded into their lives, and ultimately believed he was correcting their perceived imperfections before ending their lives. As the families of the victims silently observed, the judge delivered a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for Linden. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet unanswered questions lingered like shadows in the night. What drove Linden to fixate on these particular women? What inner demons was he attempting to exorcise through his gruesome acts? The river continued its unhurried journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded along its banks. But in the quiet of the precinct, on Mercer's desk, lay copies of those haunting notebooks, a stark reminder that beneath the facade of normalcy, darkness could reside, waiting to surface. And in the stillness of the night, hidden predators prowled among us, their eyes keenly attuned to any hint of imperfection, waiting for the moment to strike. Story 20. She stood in front of the mirror, her hand gently wiping away the steam that veiled her reflection. Her features appeared as they should, her attire unchanged. Yet an unsettling feeling crept over her with each passing moment. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a presence not of her own making. Turning away, she expected her reflection to follow suit, but it remained still, fixated on her every move. This eerie encounter marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's inexplicable journey, a tale that would baffle investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Residing alone in a modest apartment within a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca was known as methodical and reserved, keeping to herself while maintaining amiable relations with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm dictated a life governed by routine and precision. No one could have foreseen that she would become the focal point of one of the most puzzling criminal investigations in recent memory. The initial signs were subtle. Objects within her living quarters seemed to shift inexplicably, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush out of place. At first, she dismissed these occurrences as the byproduct of exhaustion from long hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. It wasn't until weeks of these disturbances culminated that Rebecca finally reached out to the authorities, prompting Detective Marion Shaw's involvement. The detective's initial assessment leaned towards mental health concerns rather than criminal activity, as there were no tangible signs of intrusion or theft. However, the peculiar incident with the bathroom mirror altered the course of the investigation. Rebecca recounted the episode in vivid detail during her subsequent meeting with the police, the disconcerting sensation of her reflection moving independently, the constant feeling of being watched. This time she possessed evidence, security footage from a camera she had discreetly installed, positioned towards her front door. The footage unveiled a chilling revelation. It captured Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the video ruled out tampering or digital manipulation, solidifying the existence of a doppelganger who meticulously mirrored Rebecca's every move. The enigmatic imitator donned her attire, carried her distinctive leather bag, yet managed to evade detection in all other aspects. As the investigation delved deeper, no trace of foreign DNA was uncovered within the apartment, and neighbors reported nothing unusual, merely the sight of Rebecca maintaining her regular schedule. However, a neighbor recalled an instance where Rebecca failed to acknowledge a greeting, an anomaly that raised slight concern. Rebecca, grappling with escalating disturbances, documented each peculiarity meticulously. Food vanished from her fridge, unfamiliar searches appeared on her computer, and unsettling selfies surfaced on her phone, showcasing a subtly distorted version of herself. A breakthrough emerged when a pattern emerged in the security footage, the doppelganger only infiltrated during specific absences tied to prearranged commitments. This revelation pointed towards a calculated surveillance operation rather than random intrusion. A forensic psychologist speculated that the perpetrator could be fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity entirely, a phenomenon documented in psychological literature. The investigation honed in on a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had exhibited erratic behavior before being terminated. Lily's unsettling emails to Rebecca hinted at an obsession with their similarities, escalating to a point where she professed a desire to become Rebecca herself. A search of Lily's residence unearthed a chilling replica of Rebecca's life, a shrine-like bedroom replica adorned with clandestine images and meticulous notes cataloging Rebecca's every move. Lily's disappearance upon the authorities' approach intensified the mystery, leaving behind a chilling manifesto suggesting a sinister intent to overwrite Rebecca's existence. Despite being placed under protective custody, Rebecca's former workplace surveillance captured her doppelganger assuming her identity with alarming precision, signaling the completion of Lily's macabre plan. To this day, Lily Winters remains at large, and Rebecca Thorne has forged a new identity in secrecy. Detective Shaw, haunted by the uncanny resemblance between the two women, keeps a photograph on her desk as a stark reminder of the eerie case. Her words resonate through the precinct, a cautionary tale of the value of one's identity and the dangers of those who seek to claim it for themselves. The story stands unresolved, a chilling testament to the lengths some would go to assume another's life. Story 21, the town held secrets within its whispers, never daring to mention the house that lingered at the edge of the woods. It stood solitary, a silent sentinel with blackened windows, its sagging porch burdened by the weight of forgotten years. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of the hands that fashioned its weathered walls. But when a group of hikers strayed too close, their curiosity unveiled a mystery, a list of names deeply carved into the wooden siding, a silent chorus of warnings etched into the very fibers of the house. And at the end of that eerie roster, untouched by time, lay a name unfamiliar to all but one of them. A name whispered in trembling tones. "That's mine," confessed one of the hikers, a shiver dancing down their spine in the fading light of day. As the night draped its cloak over the forest, a call pierced the darkness, a mere trespassing report on the surface. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his own name etched into the abandoned abode, spoke with a voice laden with disbelief. Responding officers, expecting a mere act of mischief, found themselves plunged into a realm beyond comprehension. Detective Sarah Keller arrived, her flashlight slicing through the shadows to reveal the weathered facade of the house, its surface branded with 27 names running down the eastern wall. Some names blurred with time, others stark and fresh as if carved just moments ago. And at the base, Mason Wright, the letters still fragrant with the scent of fresh wood shavings. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath mingling with the chilly air like ghostly whispers. "How can my name be here, a stranger in these haunted woods?" The investigation unfurled like the tendrils of a creeping vine, each name on the list a chilling revelation. Background checks unveiled a chilling truth that sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Each name belonged to a soul lost to the woods over the span of 4 decades. Some vanished without a trace, others left behind a trail of unanswered questions, but all shared a common thread: they had wandered into the woods alone, never to return. Forensic analysts meticulously catalogued each carving, each name a haunting echo of a life lost to the shadows. The oldest name, Rebecca Hanson, whispered a tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods and vanished, leaving behind only a solitary boot by a babbling brook. Detective Keller delved deep into Mason's past, seeking connections that eluded reason. His story remained steadfast, a lone thread of innocence woven into the fabric of a macabre tapestry. The focus shifted to Mason's companions, their journey captured in photographs that revealed a spectral presence haunting the fringes of their memories, a figure unseen yet palpably present. The house, a relic of forgotten whispers, yielded a grim secret in its depths. Personal effects of the missing hikers adorned the shelves of the basement, each item a silent testament to lives interrupted. Bloodstains on the concrete floor painted a grim tableau of struggle and loss, the shadows of the past clawing their way into the present. The cadaver dog's frenzied alerts near the dense forest hinted at untold horrors buried beneath the earth, waiting to be unearthed. As the investigation plunged deeper, Mason's world spiraled into a maelstrom of paranoia and dread. Whispers danced on the edge of his consciousness, footprints led to his door but not away, and phantom figures lurked in the shadows, their gaze unrelenting. The hunt for answers led Detective Keller to the enigmatic figure of Victor Blackwood, a reclusive hunter whose shadow loomed large over the forest. Land records whispered tales of a man lost to the woods, a specter who had stalked the trails in silence before vanishing into the embrace of the trees. A hidden network of hunting blinds unveiled Blackwood's sinister obsession, his journal a chronicle of twisted desires and predatory intent. The manhunt for the elusive hunter spanned jurisdictions, the forest echoing with the footsteps of those who sought to unravel the mystery. Mason's disappearance marked a turning point, a chilling realization that the hunter had become the hunted, a specter lurking in the shadows of the investigators' minds. The search for Mason and the missing forensic technician led to a grim discovery hidden behind a false wall, a workshop of horrors where names waited to be added to the cursed list. Surveillance became the silent sentinel, watching, waiting for the inevitable emergence of the figure from the forest. In a dance of shadows and light, the figure approached the house, defying the watchful eyes of the living, slipping into the darkness like a wraith. The house stands silent and vigilant, its secrets buried deep within its walls. Mason Wright and the missing technician vanished into the night, their fates entwined with the shadows that linger at the edge of the woods. The investigation continues, a relentless pursuit of truth in a realm where the names on the wall hold sway over the living and the lost. A tale whispered among investigators, a cautionary legend that lingers in the hearts of those who dare to tread where the shadows dance, the names unspoken, the mystery unsolved. Story 22. The motel stood weary, a relic of forgotten times where transient souls sought respite for a fleeting night. The worn clerk handed her the key with a cryptic gaze. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, a hint of unease in his voice. Intrigue stirred within her as she accepted the key. That night, guided by the soft glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before the ominous door. The brass handle chilled her fingertips, and as she listened intently, a faint breath whispered from the other side, sending shivers down her spine. Detective Morgan Reed, weary yet resolute, entered the room cloaked in the stale scent of tragedy. The air clung heavy with the metallic tang of blood, staining the threadbare carpet in a macabre dance. Amidst the stark contrast of pristine fixtures and the grim tableau before her, a young woman lay motionless, her gaze fixed on eternity, a silent witness to unspeakable horror. Beside the lifeless form, Reed knelt, her eyes tracing the haunting stillness that enveloped the room. The forensic technician's stoic demeanor belied the grim routine of capturing the scene in meticulous detail. "Third victim this season," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. Reed absorbed the grim reality, each detail a piece of a chilling puzzle that refused to yield its secrets. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the grim mosaic of tragedy on the incident board. 3 women, their lives intertwined by a malevolent force lurking in the shadows of anonymity. The whispers of a predator on the prowl echoed through the corridors of the city, stirring fear in its wake. As the investigation delved deeper, the enigmatic puzzle began to unravel. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, leaving more questions in its wake. Elaine Werner, the victim, a woman of poise and discretion, now a tragic figure in a sordid tale of darkness. A breakthrough emerged in the form of a whispered confession from Werner's sister, revealing a clandestine affair shrouded in deceit and treachery. The elusive figure known only as C cast a shadow of suspicion over the tranquil facade of Werner's professional life. Reed's pursuit of the truth led her to Charles Emerson, a figure of authority veiled in deception. The veneer of respectability cracked under the weight of evidence, revealing a man tormented by his own demons of betrayal and deceit. In a courtroom suffused with tension, the facade of Charles Emerson crumbled, laying bare the twisted tapestry of his crimes. The gavel fell, sealing his fate in the annals of justice, yet the void within him remained, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked behind the mask of civility. The echoes of the door on the left case reverberated through the collective consciousness, a cautionary tale of human frailty and the abyss that beckons from within. For Reed, haunted by the specter of unanswered questions, the corridors of hotels became a labyrinth of shadows, each door a portal to the unknown. In the silence of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys stood as silent witnesses to the horrors that transpired, a reminder that some doors, once opened, unleash forces that can never be contained. Story 23. The worn envelope bore the marks of time, its once white corners now tinged with a soft, aged yellow hue. Yet the postage stamp gleamed with freshness, a recent journey imprinted in its ink. With cautious hands, the detective peeled back the seal, revealing a single sheet of paper within. The message, hastily typed in a jagged, hurried script, whispered a haunting confession. I am sorry for what I did. A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint metallic scent that lingered in the air. It was then that Detective Sarah Morgan's eyes caught the reddish smear along the bottom edge, a sinister mark that set her heart racing. It was not the stain of ordinary ink. Carefully, she placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with a practiced precision honed by years on the force. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The reddish hue was indeed human blood, its DNA linking back to an unsolved homicide that had cast a long shadow over the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her body marked by multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting at a connection between her work and her tragic fate. Despite tireless efforts and countless dead-end leads, the case had grown cold, a specter haunting the halls of justice. And then, like a whisper in the night, the letter arrived at the precinct, a cryptic message addressed simply to the Homicide Division. Few fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, only ghostly smudges hinting at a careful sender who had shrouded their identity in shadows. But the postmark, that tiny detail, offered a slender thread to follow in the dense web of mystery. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of the investigation board, a tangible signpost in a sea of uncertainty. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice a hushed melody that stirred the air. "Our killer has shown a crack in their armor, a flicker of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the pursuit of justice, cast a shadow of doubt over the room. Or perhaps it's a ruse, he mused, his gaze fixed on the haunting words scrawled on the damning page. A cruel game orchestrated to toy with us. As the wheels of investigation spun into motion, the unique imprint of the typewriter led them down a winding path to a bygone era, its vintage model a rare artifact of a time long past. With painstaking diligence, they reached out to collectors and antique aficionados, hunting for a trace of the elusive machine that had birthed the chilling message. Delving deeper into Rebecca's life, they uncovered a tapestry of secrets woven into her final days. Her pursuit of truth, her unwavering resolve to expose corruption, had painted a target on her back. A wealthy family entangled in a web of power and deception emerged as a focal point, their dark secrets casting long shadows over the case. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a pillar of strength, now stood on shifting ground as the letter's arrival peeled back layers of hidden truths. His demeanor, once stoic, now betrayed flickers of unease, a quiet tremor in his facade. She feared she was being followed. His voice cracked as the words spilled forth, revealing cracks in the carefully constructed facade. And then, as if scripted by fate, a second letter materialized, a macabre echo of the first. The words danced across the page, painting a chilling portrait of regret and betrayal. She delved too deep into the family's secrets, it whispered, a ghostly confession etched in blood. I never intended for it to end this way. The tendrils of investigation snaked towards the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard, a man cloaked in shadows of suspicion. His collection of antiquities, including vintage typewriters, painted a damning portrait. Each word, each glance seemed rehearsed, a mask slipping to reveal a darker truth lurking beneath. A breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, tying them to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, the Leaner. A web of deceit unfurled, connecting the dots between the sinister siblings, their secrets laid bare in the harsh light of truth. A hidden chamber within Richard's home unveiled a trove of damning evidence, clippings of Rebecca's work, surveillance snapshots frozen in time, and a vintage typewriter that whispered of dark deeds. And in that moment, the threads of guilt and greed intertwined, weaving a tapestry of betrayal that led straight to the heart of darkness. The final act unfurled with a crescendo of revelation as Michael's confession shattered the fragile peace. I knew too much. His voice trembled with the weight of his sins. I thought we were just playing a game, but Richard saw it as a threat. Alina's hidden recording, a silent witness to treachery, sealed Richard's fate. His words, cold and calculated, echoed through the courtroom, a damning testament to a soul steeped in darkness. And as the gavel fell, a chapter closed in the annals of justice, the guilty led away in chains of their own making. In the quiet aftermath, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering no solace but a whisper of closure in the storm of their loss. The letters, stained with the blood of the fallen, stood as silent sentinels in the halls of justice, a reminder that even the darkest secrets cast shadows that cannot be erased. The case of Rebecca Warren lingered, a haunting melody in the symphony of crime, a testament to the power of truth and the fragile veil that separates the innocent from the guilty. And in the stillness of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of justice whispered on the wind, a lullaby of closure for a soul finally at rest. Story 24. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, a snapshot frozen in time, capturing a birthday celebration long past. Faces adorned with smiles, candles dancing in the gentle flicker of their flames, everything appeared ordinary at first glance. But when the daughter inherited the box of forgotten memories, a chilling revelation awaited her. Amidst the familiar faces, a mysterious figure lurked in the background, just beyond the circle of light cast by the candles. A man shrouded in shadow, his presence unnoticed by those in the photograph. With each passing image, he drew nearer, a silent specter haunting the edges of joyous occasions. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this unsettling collection while sifting through her mother's attic in the quiet aftermath of the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories unveiled a trove of moments captured in faded hues, a visual diary of family gatherings from her childhood. What should have been a comforting rediscovery of happier times morphed into the prologue of a haunting nightmare. In the initial photo, the figure was but a mere outline, a ghostly silhouette lingering on the periphery of Sarah's 7th birthday party. As she flipped through the series, the shadowy presence ventured closer with each frame. By the third photo, he loomed behind her uncle, his presence ominous yet unnoticed by the oblivious subjects of the snapshots. Trembling with unease, Sarah reached out to her father, the tremor in her voice betraying her fear. "Dad, do you recognize this man in the background of these photos?" A heavy silence hung in the air before her father's response, a sharp inhale signaling his surprise. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone there except family," he uttered, his voice laced with concern. Seeking answers, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, spreading the eerie photographs across his desk in a dimly lit precinct, rain tapping rhythmically against the windows. With weathered hands, the detective scrutinized each image, his gaze sharpening as he pieced together the unsettling progression of the mysterious figure. A sense of foreboding hung in the air as the shadowy specter crept ever closer to the unsuspecting children in the pictures. Despite diligent investigations and interviews with those present at the events, the phantom figure remained unidentified, a ghostly enigma woven into the fabric of forgotten celebrations. Facial recognition software faltered, the figure skillfully evading detection, a phantom in the family albums. A breakthrough surfaced as digital enhancements unveiled hidden details: a scar, a ring, a ghostly reflection hinting at a sinister past. Dental records provided a crucial link, tying the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark history of disappearances and unsolved crimes. The chilling discovery connected the dots between long cold cases and the shadowy figure haunting the family photographs. As authorities unearthed grim evidence buried beneath Keller's former residence, Sarah found closure tinged with sorrow. The remains of a missing child were identified, offering bittersweet resolution to grieving families. The shadow in the photographs had materialized into a sinister reality, his hidden presence finally exposed to the light of justice. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the chilling evidence that had unraveled decades-old mysteries, Sarah contemplated the twisted path of fate. The photographs, once cherished memories, now stood as silent witnesses to unseen horrors lurking in the shadows of time. The invisible figures captured on film, moving unnoticed through celebrations, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and shattered innocence. In the quiet solitude of her apartment, Sarah packed away the haunting photographs, a testament to the darkness that can linger beneath the surface of seemingly joyful moments. The hidden figures, like phantoms in the night, traversed through the frozen echoes of time, their presence a chilling reminder of the unseen dangers that dwell within the shadows of memory. Story 25. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious package arrived for Sarah Miller. Wrapped in a plain envelope, it held a single brass key, weathered with time. Sarah didn't recognize it, but a strange familiarity lingered in the air around her as she held it in her hand. Testing the key in every lock she owned, Sarah found that it didn't fit any of them. Perplexed, she placed it on the coffee table, and in that moment the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime, a sound that hadn't echoed through the house in years. Puzzled and uneasy, Sarah reported the strange occurrence to the authorities. What began as a simple incident soon unraveled into a dark and chilling mystery that would shake the very foundation of the once peaceful neighborhood. The responding officer initially brushed off Sarah's concerns, suggesting the key's arrival may have been a mistake. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that an unseen danger lurked just beyond her understanding. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, unaware of the sinister chain of events it would set in motion. The brass key sat on Detective Robert Harmon's desk, a seemingly insignificant object with an unsettling aura that caught his attention. As a seasoned investigator with a knack for unraveling complex cases, Harmon sensed that there was more to this key than met the eye. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life devoid of suspicion, a retired teacher, a widow with no criminal record or questionable connections. Forensic analysis yielded only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, and the envelope provided no clues except for a generic postmark. The key itself, a standard Schlage, held no secrets except for its worn appearance and a sense of hidden history. A breakthrough came when Harmon decided to delve deeper into the key's origins. running its unique pattern through the department database, unveiled a chilling connection to a cold case from years past, a case shrouded in darkness and unsolved mysteries. The key led Harmon down a twisted path of secrets and horrors. It pointed to a storage unit where unspeakable atrocities had been committed, where innocent lives had been taken and hidden from the world's gaze. As the investigation unfolded, Sarah's sense of security crumbled. She fortified her home, locking herself away from the lurking shadows of the past that threatened to engulf her. The key, once a symbol of mystery, now became a haunting reminder of the evil that had touched her life. With each new revelation, the darkness crept closer, shrouding the neighborhood in fear and uncertainty. The trail led to Harold Jenkins, a man with a hidden past and a trail of destruction in his wake. A man who had lived among them, a ghost in plain sight, leaving behind a legacy of pain and suffering. The hunt for Jenkins intensified, leading to a remote cabin where the true extent of his depravity was revealed. Hidden beneath the floorboards lay a chamber of horrors, a grim testament to the lives he had taken and discarded. As the manhunt closed in on Jenkins, a final confrontation played out in the wilderness. In a moment of desperation and despair, Jenkins chose to end his own life, leaving behind a legacy of darkness that would haunt the community for years to come. The truth emerged, unveiling a web of tragedy and loss that touched the lives of many. Families found closure in knowing the fate of their missing loved ones, but the scars left behind would never fully heal. For Sarah, the ordeal was a nightmare from which she could never fully awaken. The grandfather clock's hollow chime echoed in her memory, a reminder of the darkness that had once lurked in the shadows of her home. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, now lay dormant in an evidence locker, a chilling reminder of the fragility of safety and the hidden dangers that lurked behind closed doors. Story 26. In the dim glow of a nightlight, the baby monitor crackled with static, a faint flicker dancing across the screen. At first it was just a glitch, a blip in the technology, easily dismissed as interference. The mother, Rebecca, stirred in her sleep, her subconscious registering the anomaly but not fully grasping its significance. Then a soft whisper emerged from the monitor's speaker, barely audible yet chilling in its intimacy. "SHHH, go back to sleep," the voice urged, sending a shiver down Rebecca's spine. Her eyes snapped open, heart pounding in her chest as she sat up in bed, the room cloaked in shadows. A sense of unease gripped her as she stumbled to her son's room, her footsteps echoing in the silent house. With trembling hands, she pushed open the nursery door, her breath catching in her throat at the sight that met her eyes. The crib stood empty, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. The window remained closed, the door securely locked. Everything appeared undisturbed, except for a lone stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy eyes glinting in the darkness as if watching her every move. Rebecca's heart constricted with fear, a primal instinct driving her to scream for her baby boy, Samuel. Her cries pierced the stillness of the night, echoing through the house until her voice grew hoarse and raw. The neighbors, disturbed by the echoes of her anguish, called emergency services, their concern palpable in the hushed conversations that followed. When the authorities arrived, they found Rebecca cradling the stuffed rabbit, her eyes haunted, her mind reeling with the unfathomable mystery of her son's disappearance. The investigation that followed was a labyrinth of unanswered questions and unsettling revelations. No signs of forced entry marred the tranquil facade of the home. The security system had remained armed, its sensors undisturbed. The recorded footage from the baby monitor offered only a glimpse of the enigmatic voice and static that had heralded Samuel's vanishing. Suspicion cast its shadow over Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression scrutinized under a harsh light. The whispers of the community painted her as a desperate mother driven to unspeakable lengths by her inner demons. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Forensic experts uncovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, fibers that told a silent tale of a clandestine entry from outside a tale, woven with threads of deception and betrayal. As the focus shifted, new threads unraveled in the tapestry of the investigation. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, a phantom cloaked in darkness and secrets. The truth, when it finally emerged, was more chilling than anyone had dared to imagine. Daniel, Rebecca's estranged husband, returned from his business trip to a storm of accusations and suspicions. His hands bore the calluses of a climber, a detail that sent a shiver down the spines of the detectives piecing together the puzzle of Samuel's abduction. Financial records whispered of hidden motives, of a life insurance policy taken out on Samuel's life, a cold calculation masked by a facade of familial love. Daniel's web of lies unraveled under the scrutiny of digital evidence, revealing a tangled web of deceit that ensnared not just Rebecca, but an unsuspecting second family. In a courtroom hushed with anticipation, the truth unfurled its dark wings, casting a shadow over the lives torn asunder by greed and betrayal. The baby monitor, that silent sentinel of the night, held the key to unlocking the mystery that had gripped the community in fear and disbelief. As the whispers of the past echoed through the courtroom, a verdict was rendered, justice meted out to those who had dared to disturb the fragile peace of a mother's love. Samuel, rescued from the clutches of darkness, would grow up shielded from the shadows of his past, his innocence preserved in the embrace of a mother's unwavering devotion. Rebecca, haunted by the echoes of that fateful night, kept the stuffed rabbit as a silent witness to the truth that lurked in the shadows of her memories. Its glassy eyes bore witness to the darkness that had threatened to consume her world, a world now rebuilt on the shattered pieces of a shattered dream. Story 27. The apartment had sat in silence for months, a quiet witness to the passage of time. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, a layer of dust, perhaps a forgotten piece of furniture left behind. But one door in particular refused to yield, stubbornly locked from the inside. It stood as a barrier, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a sense of anticipation mingled with trepidation, the landlord finally managed to force the stubborn door open. What lay beyond was not what anyone had anticipated. The walls of the closet were marred with deep, uneven scratches, as if someone had desperately tried to escape the confines of the small space. And in the corner, an old flip phone lay dormant, its screen still softly glowing with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of darkness and secrets, felt a chill run down her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the presence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams etched into the wooden walls by unseen hands' testimony to a struggle for survival in the face of confinement. "We need forensics here immediately," she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who was diligently capturing the haunting scratches on camera, "and gather the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition with perpetually clammy hands, stammered out a tale of the previous tenant's sudden disappearance, leaving rent unpaid. A young woman kept to herself, left without a word about 6 months ago, he muttered, avoiding eye contact in the ominous closet. Forensics uncovered a grim truth within those scratch marks, multiple blood samples, most belonging to a single person identified as Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after abruptly vanishing from her daily life. But there were 2 other DNA profiles unearthed, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't make sense," Shaw murmured, studying the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, a man with a past marked by violence, was confirmed dead in a tragic accident, his identity verified through dental records. Yet his fresh DNA lingered on the walls of the sinister closet. Emma's apartment whispered a tale of interrupted existence, unopened mail, a mug left unwashed, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records revealed a sudden silence, a cessation of calls to her sister, and a flurry of unknown numbers in the days leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just descriptions of intensity and privacy. Surveillance footage painted a partial picture: Emma entering her building one fateful night, followed closely by a shadowed figure in a baseball cap, their features carefully obscured from prying eyes. The pieces began to connect when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's doorknob from the inside. He staged his death, Shaw deduced, but why and what tie does he have to Emma? The unidentified DNA led the investigators to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, who had vanished years prior. Her description matched a visitor seen frequenting Emma's apartment, linking the 2 women in a web of shadows and secrets. A trail of evidence led them to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, where behind forbidding basement doors, Lynette Porter was discovered alive yet broken, a reflection of Emma's own harrowing ordeal in that claustrophobic closet. "He made me watch," Lynette whispered, her eyes haunted, "said I needed to learn." The evidence mounted a chilling narrative of obsession and control, meticulously chronicled in Mercer's journals, photographs of his victims, and damning video footage of Emma's final moments of defiance. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a hunt for a predator who thrived on inflicting fear and suffering in the darkest corners of the mind. Upon his capture, Mercer maintained an unsettling calmness, a facade of tranquility that masked the darkness lurking within. During the trial, the intricate web of deceit and manipulation Mercer had spun was unraveled, the elaborate scheme to fake his death, the predatory patterns he followed, and the lives he shattered in his wake. The jury's swift verdict sealed Mercer's fate, condemning him to a lifetime behind bars without hope of redemption. As the sentence was delivered, a faint smile played on Mercer's lips, a private satisfaction at a game only he comprehended. Lynette Porter's voice rang out in the courtroom, a declaration of resilience in the face of darkness. "He imprisoned us in his mind's darkness, but while he rots, I stand in the light." The case left an indelible mark on the department, reshaping protocols for missing persons investigations, emphasizing the importance of recognizing patterns and probing into the shadows of rental properties. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment as a somber memento, a reminder that sometimes the most harrowing tales are etched not in blood, but in the silent cries of those who fought against the shadows to find a sliver of light.